Okay. Good morning, Ms. Rivers. Are you able to hear us?
Good morning, Judge. Yes, I am.
Great. Okay. We have a 4-position calendar, although it'll grow a little bit, I think, because we'll deal with Mr. Bush later. We've got a motion to suppress with Mr. Tazara. This is who our officers are here for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we have a motion to terminate probation for Mr. Nelson. Then we have Mr. Neumeister's revocation. And then Mr. Lara, we're waiving arraignment and you will get paperwork to Ms. Nelson to get the process rolling for Mr. Lara. My thought is that we start with the suppression hearing because we've got the officers here. And is that Mr. Tazara?
It is, if I can just make a suggestion, I don't believe position 3 is going to resolve today. And his mother is here, so I wanted to just make that announcement so she could go ahead and.
Sure. When you say it's not gonna are you gonna handle Mr. Neumeister's case?
Yes.
Okay. I remember him. I have both his cases now. We had there's a 17 SC case as well that I think there still remains some probation. We had that transferred here as well, just so it's all one place.
Okay.
I think one involved family members as the victims, and then one involved a young lady who I don't think was a family member, but similar issues and concerns. When you say it's not resolving today, tell me what as in we need to have an evidentiary hearing, but we won't do it today, or you and Ms. Ross want more time to think through a structured approach to the revocation?
That part, Judge.
Okay.
I did speak with him and I've spoken with his mother, and Ms. Hankins had sent me pretty hearty packet of her notes for him from when he was in accountability court. And so in speaking with him this morning and speaking to his mother, I think it's best if me and Ms. Ross get together and come up with a plan. Okay.
Do you want me to tell him that, or you think he is A-okay? Maybe not A-okay, but he understands what's about to happen and that we're not sorting things out today.
If we could just bring him to the door.
Sure.
But I think otherwise he'll be fine.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Got about half of APD for this motion. It's time to go rob banks.
I think there's a few more officers out on the streets.
Yeah. Well, some zone must be depleted. Hey, Mr. Neumeister, you can stay right. You come on in. Just stay right there. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. I saw you a few weeks ago and told you I was going to get your cases transferred to my criminal docket because that's a more natural fit for them. You at one point had been with the behavioral health treatment court, terminated from there. And so one of your 2 cases was mine originally. The other, I can't remember the other judge, but either that judge isn't doing criminal now or that judge is retired. So the thought was I'll just manage both of them. So then when it's time to talk about what to do with your probation, one judge, one lawyer, one defendant, we'll have a more informed conversation. Ms. Wood has asked for a little more time so that she and Ms. Ross, who is a colleague of hers, a social worker, can spend more time with you to come up with a recommendation that is going to be more reassuring to me than either he's in jail or he's out of jail. In jail isn't good for anyone, but out of jail needs to have some protections for you, for the people who care about you, so that you being out is a wise thing and a safe thing for everyone. And Ms. Wood and her team need a little more time for that.
One question.
You may ask it.
My biggest concern is the whole NCIC thing and police squad cars, and the fact that I've been told by other people in probation, once on probation or once dealing with out of lockup problems, calling 911 is a bad idea. And that's the part where I'm going like, that freaks me out that like, because my name is in this computer system, because of crimes from my mid-20s, I'm now not protected by law enforcement when I'm just trying to be a normal citizen and do the right thing. That's my biggest concern. I don't know if you have an answer for that, but I think that goes along with what you're saying.
Sure. No, and that's the kind of thing we can discuss when we're talking about what life might look like when we get you out of custody. So not ignoring that, and we'll work through some of that as well when we reconvene.
And by social work, you mean by coming up with like an actual on-paper strategy of I get released and go to this next place with a locking door where I'm going to sleep and use the toilet and eat. That's like the...
Yeah, along those lines, not social work in the sense of you need help figuring out how to use a knife and fork. That wasn't it at all. But it is, so Ms. Ross is well versed in what programs are there, what resources are there. Now, I don't know about doors locking and not locking, but it would certainly be how can we ensure that you are connected with service providers, not just on your own. If it involves housing, fantastic. You may not need housing. That's a good conversation for you and Ms. Ross, where you could say, I got a place to stay. And then she and her team can verify that. Because you could say it, I got a penthouse suite in Buckhead. Really? And we want to make sure. And if you do, then you don't need a roof over your head. But we'd want to make sure that if you're on a medication regimen, that you're taking the medication. And so it's holistic. It's not just, is there a roof? Is there air conditioning in the summer and heat in the winter? But it's designed to maximize, nothing is perfect, but maximize the chance that if you're released, you're getting the care and attention you need so that you don't run into some of the issues you ran into before, where you're starting to call people you're not supposed to call anymore, or go around people who have said, it concerns me when Mr. Neumeister is around, I need him not to be around me anymore. And those are some of the realities of what you're going to need to work through.
Yes, the furthest I can get right now is to go get the unlimited MARTA pass, and that means that I can spend all night on MARTA, and the MARTA place can't question me. And that's like, I know that's not like the right solution. That's when I get to that point, and then my mind goes blank on real solutions.
Yeah.
I can go to an apartment complex, if they deny me, then
Right.
I'm hopeless, and that's no good.
We would ideally find something better than your home is MARTA.
Yeah.
Okay. I will see you soon. I'm going to defer to Ms. Wood and Ms. Ross. They're going to let me know we need a few weeks to do this or that, but we'll bring you back. The context will always just be probation revocation. What are the consequences of what's been going on? And you've been in custody for a long time now. I don't know. I don't speak for the state because there's a prosecutor in the mix as well. And she may say, by golly, based on what happened, should be another year in custody. I think the focus will be more, at some point, Mr. Neumeister is going to be out. How can we ensure he's safe and the people who care about him are safe as well?
So is this like everybody involved in my case, or is it like?
These folks are on a completely different case. When you and I stop talking and you go back there, we're pivoting to a search warrant, something that happened, not a search warrant. There was a search that happened and it's being challenged. And so they're all here to testify about a guy you don't know, a backpack that was searched when he was in the ER or something like that. These folks don't know you, you don't know them. The folks who are here for you would be Ms. Wood in the bright pink. You may recognize the lady in the green shirt. And that's about it.
Okay,
Okay? Good seeing you.
thank you, sir.
I don't think so soon.
Okay.
I love you, Mom.
Ma'am, you got notice to be here today. How?
Came to our house.
From him?
No, from the court.
Okay, good. So as long as that's still your address, you'll continue to get notice. Your decision to be here is purely voluntary.
He's also been calling us and letting us, and that's fine.
Oh, that's okay.
We have to pay for, we have allowed him.
Got it. You're able to say no, thank you if you,
but we
okay.
haven't always shared.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for being here. Ms. Wood, we need to figure out when you'd like to resume that one.
Yes.
I just need to say some number of weeks and then Ms. Nelson does her thing. So does Ms. Ross need a month? Does she need 2 months?
Can we start with a month?
So we'll say towards the end of May.
Thank you.
And will you be handling this, Ms. Nix?
No, this is a 88 clerk case.
Okay,
I was gonna send for today, she's still in trial, but
okay.
I just let her know. that-
Just because it's the stalking, it would be hers.
Yes.
All right, I mean, because these cases predate both of you, but the nature of the charges make it Miss Clark's case. Good. All right, Ms. Rockwell, I don't know if you can hear us. I know you're on. You often have to be in about 55 different places. Mr. Nelson is in line behind Mr. Tazara. We're going to turn to the suppression motion now. Then we can
No
talk
problem,
about
Judge.
terminating probation. So if you need to go tend to other clients for an hour, you should feel free to do that. I'll still be here if you want to be back at 10:30.
Do you mind if I just listen to y'all? I'm gonna ask you for some CLE credit after it's over, Judge.
I don't mind. You're welcome to stay. It's public. You could go to the YouTube channel instead, whatever you want to do. I just wanted you to know, I knew you were here, but
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nelson needs to wait till we take care of Mr. Tazara's case.
Thank you, Judge. I'll stand down. Thank you so
All
much.
right, bye-bye. Okay, Mr. Tazara, why don't you come on up? And I'm assuming that Ms. Wood is going to want not all of you hearing each other's testimony. Who are you going to call first? And then everyone else, you can either go into the jury room back there and hang out, or you can go out in the hallway. Or is it one of these group testimony? They're going to all testify together.
That would be fantastic. I believe I will call Investigator Skidmore first.
All right. The rest of you, if you want to go into the jury room, you can. It's just easier. There are restrooms back there, all that.
And Judge, I need to get something on the record before.
Oh, we're not diving straight into that. You go ahead and take a seat. I just wanted to, because I usually like to hear, tell me, I think this is what it's about. And if all the officers were together, that I just want folks to be separated. That's all. So let's get on the record. This is 23 SC 191863, State versus Emmanuel Tazara. Mr. Tazara is charged with trafficking in cocaine. And my understanding is that in June of 2021, Mr. Tazara and his intimate partner had a fight. Mr. Tazara had to go to an emergency facility, a medical facility somewhere, because he'd been stabbed. While there, one way or the other, I'm not taking sides on this, the police got into his stuff.
Yes.
And in his stuff, there was a whole lot of cocaine. And your claim it wasn't cocaine, and right now it doesn't matter whose it was in his backpack. Your claim is police shouldn't have gotten into his backpack. And so Ms. Nix's role is to, if she can, explain what was the constitutional basis for the police to be in Mr. Tazara's backpack when he was at Atlanta Medical Center.
Yes.
That sort of in a nutshell. I'm sure it's more refined than that, but
Beautiful overview, Judge.
hey.
Judge, there was something else, and I apologize. I just wanted to let you know, I let the deputies know. Mr. Tazara suffered a seizure on his way here.
Oh, today?
Or was it late last night?
Yes, last night.
So he's got some bleeding, but we've taken care of it. And he says he feels fine and he took his medicine, and I let deputies know. I just want to let the court know.
Okay.
So I think we're good to go. I'm ready. He says he wants to move forward. I just wanted to put that on your radar. And if I let him know if he starts to feel something, to let me know, and I'll let the court know.
Definitely. Mr. Tazara, are you able to sense that a seizure is coming, or it is instantaneous and debilitating?
It usually just happens. I don't know when it happens.
Like you don't get tingling in your hands, or you could just be walking along and boom.
Yeah.
Okay. I ask only because if you felt the onset of something, you should let Ms. Wood know.
That's why I hit my head. I fell down out of my bed last
Yeah,
night.
yeah.
Yeah. Like I have a camera at home so my doctor can see it. But I fell down, I hit my head.
Yeah, it looks like you got hit right there. And I don't need to see the inside of your mouth, but okay, but we've told Deputy Gordon, so he knows as well. When you have seizures, are there typically aftershocks, like soon after one? Or if you've had a seizure now, you know you're in the clear for 4 months?
I'm usually clear for a month or two.
Okay, but not always.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if for whatever reason, and it may have nothing to do with,
Depends on which one. I have 6 different type of seizures. It just depends on which seizure I have.
okay. All right. Well, if because you hit your head or you didn't get a lot of sleep, you start feeling woozy today, tell Ms. Wood. And if we need to take a break, we can do that. You may not ever be testifying in this. You're not required to put up any evidence. The state is. But Ms. Wood's going to want you to be able to follow what happens, because if an officer says, and that's when Tazara pulled out a gun and pointed it at me, and you've never owned a gun in your life, you're going to want to tell like, where does this, there was no gun there. That doesn't mean there wasn't a gun there. That's just what you remember about it. So you need to be able to assist your attorney. That's obviously Ms. Wood is concerned about your health and well-being. Professionally, she's also concerned about your ability to say, no, there were 4. He keeps talking about 3 officers, but there was this 4th officer with a dog, and that's what scared me. And she wouldn't know that. She wasn't there, but you were. So that's why it's important that you're able to follow what's going on so you can help Ms. Wood, if you think it's appropriate, to say, let me tell you what was really going on. And then she's able to ask more informed questions because she wasn't there. Okay? All right. Anything else you want to get on the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better, Mr. Tazara. Ms. Nix, anything you want to get on the record before we start?
Yes, sir. The state did make an offer to the defendant to reduce the charge in to possession with intent to distribute that expired today if the officers testified. So I'm just putting on the record that that offer is now, well, I guess as soon as the officer gets sworn in,
In about 2 minutes, it'll expire.
that offer will expire.
Okay. Good to know. What is your understanding of the weight? Is this a real clearly trafficking? It was 150 grams of cocaine, or it's 28.9?
The GBI report came back with 295 grams of cocaine.
Oh, okay. So well within a range. That may, I don't remember all the tiers, but that may be in a different tier altogether. Okay. Ms. Wood, have you and Mr. Tazara talked about the state's offer, its expiring offer?
We're not interested.
Got it. But that's yes, we've talked about it?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I think I know where we're going. And why don't we swear in the investigator?
Right, Your Honor. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Do it, man. State and spell your name for the record.
Philip Skidmore, Philip Skidmore.
And it's investigator, is that your title?
Currently investigator.
Okay. Where are you employed, Investigator Skidmore?
City of Atlanta Police Department, currently at the Marshall from Auto Unit.
Can you move the microphone? It bends? No, towards you, because our court reporter is not here. She's somewhere else. And so her ability to hear you is your ability to speak through the microphone. You can, why don't you take that little net thing off? We're way past that era. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks. All right.
Can you repeat your answer, sir?
Yep. So your name, let's just start over because the microphone was way over to the side. You're Investigator Skidmore, APD. What unit are you an investigator?
Currently larceny from Auto.
Right. Were you employed as an investigator with APD in June of 2021?
I was.
What was your unit at that time?
Zone 2 CID,
Tell us what CID means.
Central Investigation Division.
Okay.
Or Criminal Investigation Division, I think.
What were some of your duties as an investigator with Zone 2?
Being assigned cases, investigation of cases, prosecuting. At that time, the zone handled most crimes if they were out, as long as they weren't gunshots, robberies. We since changed to a different model, but back then we, as a zone, we would have to respond to all major incidences. That would include aggravated assaults, robberies in progress, or anything that would require immediate investigative needs, as far as securing evidence, witnesses, testimony. That way, when the case is handled, it's sent over to a proper unit. Didn't miss anything.
Okay. Were you working in the evening, nighttime of June 11th, 2021?
June 11th, yes.
Did you respond to any calls at 1888 Emery Street, Emery?
I did.
Tell the court how you came to respond to that call.
I was out for the evening, just driving around. Not sure what, it's been a while, but a call came over the radio of a person stabbed. So that would be a call that CID would need to respond to. So I was close by.
Okay,
And I
and what
just
did you do when you received that call?
Arrived on scene. From my recollection, we met with fire, tried to locate the victim.
Met with fire, tell us what you mean by that.
So at that, for this call, with a call with injuries, the fire department EMS will be dispatched as well to treat any medical needs.
Okay, so you met fire and rescue, or Atlanta Fire Department, and what did you do?
Yeah, fire arrived on scene. We were there, myself and Officer Philemon, located the incident, apartment 265. When we came to the incident, turned the hallway, we could see Mr. Tazara moving items out into the hallway, several bags and belongings. There's a large amount of what appeared to be blood on the ground. So Mr. Tazara had a large laceration wound that was his left arm. His whole entire left arm was pretty much covered in blood.
Okay, and you said Mr. Tazara, the person that you saw in the hallway that night, is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out for the court?
Right.
All right, I'll let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
He has. So I'm following. You respond to apartment 265, and Mr. Tazara, while his arm is actively bleeding, is removing stuff from an apartment.
Right.
Okay.
And it's placing it on the floor in front, several bags.
Okay. Several bags. Can you give us, what is it?
Backpacks, small duffel bags, sports bags. If I recall, maybe like some just small household bags. I don't know the specifics, but something you'd keep clothes in or that nature.
Okay, and what did you do next?
The first and foremost of any scene is scene security and safety. So we talked to him, ascertained the nature of his injuries, got information on the suspect and their whereabouts and if they're still armed. He indicated that the suspect was still in the apartment and was still armed with a knife. And so at that point, our next order of business is securing the suspect. So that way, once the scene's safe, then we can move on to anything else.
Okay, and what happened next?
So me and Officer Philemon knocked on the door, announced that we were Atlanta police and to come outside. The person that opened the door was later identified as Miss McCall. She was given commands, placed in handcuffs, and the scene was, well, it seemed that it was secured, but she was placed in handcuffs, and there was also 2 other witnesses that were in the apartment as well that were brought out of the apartment and kind of set to the side while fire was able to treat and tend to Mr. Tazara.
Okay, what happened next?
Kind of chaotic scene. We've got out in the hallway, we've got lots of blood, injured, unknown victim or suspect, but an injured party. There's a back and forth. We try to calm the scene, just try to lock everything down. That way we can get the best picture of what's going on to ascertain whether we have, 2 suspects, 1 suspect, no suspects, just get the general gist of whether or not probable cause exists. So I was talking to Miss McCall and I asked her if she would show me the apartment. She did while she was in handcuffs. She showed me the apartment.
Was she the only one who was placed in handcuffs during your investigation?
At that time when I was on scene.
Yeah.
Later on, Mr. Tazara was placed in handcuffs in Atlanta Medical Center trauma.
Okay, but not at, assuming this was also his apartment, I'm gonna call it his apartment, not at his apartment. Only Ms. McCall was detained / put in handcuffs at that scene.
Yeah, at the apartment at 1888 Emory, only when I was there, only Miss McCall was in handcuffs.
Okay, and Emory is spelled like the university or?
No, it's EMERY.
Okay, thank you. And the street number again? I know you said it, but
1888.
great. Apartment 265.
This was a apartment complex, apartment building. Tell us about kind of the scene. Paint a picture for us.
It's an apartment building, and it's very not a typical layout. It has a center courtyard that has a pool, and the way it's from the body camera, I remember we were kind of lost for probably 10 minutes trying to just figure out which doors to go through, where the apartment was actually located. But it's 4 to 5 stories tall, center courtyard with a pool. This apartment was ground floor, which was lower than one of the other buildings.
And the hallway that all this is happening in, is it open air? Is it closed?
It's an interior hallway
Okay,
that's fed from other hallways. So this is a central hallway, and along each side of the hallway itself is 150 feet long approximately, and there's apartments opposing on each side, probably, from my recollection, 7 apartments aside, 7 doorways.
okay. So you arrive on scene and Atlanta Fire is treating Mr. Tazara. You place, or an officer places Miss McCall into handcuffs, and you ask her to show you the apartment.
Right.
Okay, so what happened next?
She walks me through the apartment. There's an obvious scene of chaos. There's bleach on the ground. Odor of bleach is overwhelming in the air. There's a broken vase on the ground, and Miss McCall gives her side of the story, stating that she was attacked by Mr. Tazara.
Objection, judge, hearsay.
Without telling us what she specifically
Okay.
said, tell us more about what you observed in the apartment.
I observed it's a small apartment. It's a center hallway. There's a bedroom to the right-hand side. That's where the bleach was located. It's an island, dead center of the hallway. And on the other side of the hallway, there was the broken white ceramic vase and the door that leads exterior to the pool area.
Tell us about the broken vase.
It was shattered on the ground, and there was a large pool of what appeared to be blood, like an arterial bleed, directly where the vase was.
Okay. What happened next?
We exited the apartment and separated the parties. I was still interviewing or speaking with Miss McCall, which is highly upset just through the nature of the scene. And I believe Officer Philemon was getting ready to transport or go with Mr. Tazara to the hospital. We believed it was going to be Grady at the time because Grady EMS. And I remember Mr. Tazara starting to pack up some of his stuff into the backpack on the ground. And I said, lock it down. We're not taking anything with us. It's still a crime scene. We still know what's fully going on. Medical treatment. His injuries were severe enough that he couldn't remain on scene, and he needed immediate medical treatment. So his primary need at that time was to get to the hospital. We wanted to lock down, or I wanted to lock down the crime scene. So we're going to leave all the items on scene. So I gave the order to put everything down, leave it behind, and to go with Officer Philemon to the hospital.
Tell us about the defendant's injuries. You said that it was an immediate need to go to the hospital. Tell us more about what you observed his injuries to be.
On the left shoulder, there was 3 large gashes or lacerations. There was a large amount of blood on the ground, large droplets. His entire left arm, both hands were completely covered in what appeared to be blood. So his need for medical treatment outside of just bandages was pretty high.
Okay. And in your experience and training as a law enforcement officer, when someone is injured that much, would you put them in handcuffs?
If there was probable cause that they need to be in handcuffs, at that time with the nature of a worldwide pandemic and someone covered in blood that want to grab somebody, pretty low, especially if they're being compliant. You believe they may be a victim. They clearly have multiple injuries. There was no immediate need to place them in handcuffs. They were contained. So once we had the scene secured, I didn't feel the need that handcuffs were an immediate necessity.
And in your experience as a law enforcement officer, would a person who is that injured need to go to the hospital?
Losing that much blood and the large lacerations, absolutely.
Okay.
Was it your call or was it ultimately the EMTs? You said the EMTs were there as well. I'm not talking about the handcuffing part, but do you come with me to headquarters so I can talk to you about what happened versus do you go to Atlanta Medical Center or Grady to get stitched up first?
Yeah. Atlanta Fire was on the scene first. When we arrived, they did all the medical stuff. They stated that he needed to go to the hospital, and Grady showed up with the ambulance and did the transport. But with that amount of blood and biological contaminants, he wouldn't be able to go to headquarters.
He wouldn't be allowed in anyway.
It's a biological contamination.
Okay.
How did you determine whose belongings it was in the hallway?
I believe it was Mr. Tazara's belongings, because when I first arrived on scene, he was seen removing the items from the apartment into the hallway. He's also picking them up, trying to take them with him to the hospital. And further, I was provided a video by Miss McCall that shows, it's a Ring doorbell that shows Mr. Tazara removing the items from the apartment himself and placing them into the hallway.
Okay. Did Mr. Tazara ever state to you, or did you ever hear him saying, yes, that's my stuff?
I do not recall.
Okay. You stated that he was taken to the hospital, and then you went and talked to him. Well, actually, let me go back. So at any time, did you develop probable cause to arrest Mr. Tazara for anything other than the drugs?
Once I was in the apartment receiving Miss McCall's testimony of what happened, there was enough statement and physical evidence on scene that supported her statement that probable cause would be needed.
For what charges?
For battery at the least.
Okay. What did you do next? After you had probable cause for Mr. Tazara's arrest?
So I would have established that once I was in the apartment. We came back outside. That's when Officer Philemon was sent down with Mr. Tazara to further the investigation, to keep out all parties at least within a police officer's eyesight and control. Mr. Tazara was not free to go about his own at that point. We still needed to cross-reference both statements or obtain the scene, because this happened very, very quickly. I think roughly by the time we arrived on scene to him leaving was less than 15 minutes.
Okay. Did you ever go to the hospital?
I did. I followed up eventually at Atlanta Medical Center when it was still open. That's where Mr. Tazara was, in the trauma center.
Okay.
When you went to Atlanta Medical, was it to follow up on, I'm arresting this guy for battery, or it was following up on the overall investigation of what happened here? He's bleeding all over the place, and we need to figure out, this is aggravated assault. We need to figure out what's going on.
We believed, or I believed at that time, that it was a very chaotic scene. I knew that getting full statements, being able to compare those statements, come up to with, at the moment, the best semblance of the truth, and coming up with the most appropriate charges, to finalize everything. We knew at that point that both parties were involved in a significant enough manner that both were going to be arrested, but to what degree and what charges were most applicable. And
by the time you're heading to Atlanta Medical Center, you think you've got McCall's side of the story. Whatever that is, you've gotten it because she spoke with you. And so you now want to get Tazara's side. Right. I know in my experience with injured victims, even though it may appear minor on the outside, I've had victims that they get to the hospital and there may be some underlying issue. They're swept off to ER, or they get them so induced with medication that they're incomprehensible and they can't speak with them. So I quickly I got my statement, my physical evidence, what I needed from the scene, and then I transitioned before to get to Mr. Tazara. That way the quicker you get to him, the better. Okay. And in going there, your thinking was, I'm going to basically call it a domestic violence investigation at this time. You weren't thinking, and I noticed scales and large amounts of cash in the McCall Tazara apartment. So it's a drug investigation as well. Right. I need to learn about this guy. At this point, it was not a drug investigation. It was simply an aggravated assault, stabbing, domestic violence investigation. There was mentions on the scene that there was drugs, but when you're dealing with a domestic violence situation, outlandish statements get thrown around to make the other parties seem, so you take it with a grain of salt. Okay. Did Ms. McCall have any visible injuries?
Not that I can recall. She stated that her hair was pulled, but her hair was up in a bonnet, so I couldn't see any of that.
Okay.
Typical redness and stuff from being agitated. And
All right, but she didn't have a swollen eye, or she wasn't bleeding from the arm or anything.
no, she stated that she was had bleach poured on her, and she did smell of bleach in the apartment. Smelled of bleach.
Okay.
Did you see any hair or wigs or weaves pulled out?
It's been so long, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. When Mr. Tazara was taken to the hospital, were his items still in the hallway?
I believe so. When I left, they were still. I coordinated with Sergeant Stenson, the morning watch sergeant that was taking over. As far as when I'm an investigator on the scene's locked down. I'm in charge of the entire scene and investigation. So I coordinated with Sergeant Stenson to make sure that all the moving parts were in place, that we had someone securing the property or handling the property, that we still had both parties were being taken care of, the appropriate charges were being placed. So it's just kind of overseeing everything to make sure that evidence and due process and criminal procedure were being followed.
When someone is transported to Grady, are they allowed to bring, all of their stuff with them?
It depends if they're being treated as if it's just a simple medical call and they are a non-in custody person, Grady will allow them personal items. If it's someone that's in custody, then no, they can have a cell phone, wallet, small items, but they're not going to take anything with them.
Okay. So at the time that Mr. Tazara was transported, you stated that you had probable cause and that he was not free to leave, which is he was in custody at that time because he was not free to leave.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it probable cause. We didn't know the most applicable charge at that moment because we still needed further investigation. He was definitely detained for reasonable suspicion that a crime was there enough. We had enough to place him in handcuffs. He just wasn't placed in handcuffs due to the nature of his condition.
Okay. And when a person is taken away either by Grady or by law enforcement and they leave items behind, is there a policy in place of APD to inventory those items?
Any items, especially in that scene, if they're left out in the hallway, we have to secure any and all valuable, or not any and all valuable, is any and all property of anyone. So part of that procedure is to take an inventory search and place it in a property.
Okay. Why do you conduct an inventory search?
To make sure there's nothing hazardous, anything contraband, anything that can't be placed into the property that may start a fire, chemicals. If there's anything of value that may go missing, monies, jewelry, electronics. And that way we can keep up with everything that is belonged to the owner.
So you're trying to protect the police precinct and also protect yourselves from someone claiming that you stole their cash.
Correct.
Okay.
In the scenario, and I'm assuming it's going to evolve to now we're at the Atlanta Medical Center, but in the scenario we're talking about right now, and I'm making the numbers up, but there are 2 duffel bags and a backpack sitting in the hallway outside 265. Why would those go into police property as opposed to right back inside the door, leaving them with the occupants of the apartment? So unless, and maybe you can tell me this, if Mr. Tazara says, I don't want those going back in there because McCall will throw them away or burn them or pour bleach on them.
So at that point, Miss McCall's in custody. There's no one in the apartment. The apartment is unoccupied. So there's no one to allow us to enter. Miss McCall had rescinded her consent for us to enter the apartment. So entering the apartment wasn't an option because there's no one there to even open the door.
You would need a warrant to get in.
Warrant further.
Okay.
It was clear that Mr. Tazara was removing his items from the apartment. I wouldn't want to put them back if he was clearly taking them.
Nor could you get in there. I didn't realize. So the finale here is McCall shuts down. I'm not talking to you anymore. You cannot go back in the apartment. And what made you think she was the only one? Why couldn't Mr. Tazara let you in the apartment?
Ms. McCall, from what I remember, made it clear that this was a short-term, 2 to 3 week boyfriend on off, and she had called the relationship off.
It was her apartment.
That's what she stated to me. It was she
Okay.
was there by herself. I don't know their full back history. That's what I was told on scene.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to place anything inside.
Okay.
It was, like I said, a lot of bags. We didn't know what was in them, and they were all covered in blood. The ground being covered in blood as well.
Did you ask Mr. Tazara whether he wanted the items put back in the apartment?
Objection, Judge, that calls for hearsay.
The person is testifying and
Right. How do we
Right.
not get in what Mr. Tazara said? I'm with you on McCall if it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but Ms. Nix can't call Mr. Tazara to get him to say what he said.
We'll move on, Judge.
Okay.
Retract.
All right. Why don't you ask the question again so the record's clear?
did you ever ask Mr. Tazara if he wanted the items put back in the apartment?
I don't believe so.
Um, I think that's all I have, subject to redirect.
Do you know if, and maybe this is a Philemon question, I don't know if that was one of those 4 people. What happened with the bags that were in the hallway?
Once I coordinated with Sergeant Stinson and I left to go to the hospital and everything, everything that was I needed to take care of was facilitated work. I went to the hospital and I left the scene. So I knew property was being controlled by Sergeant Stinson and whoever he delegated it to, but I never saw him after that.
Okay. All right. So your understanding is that the bags that you associate with Mr. Tazara that were left in the hallway ended up in police property.
Best I know.
Okay. But you weren't the one who collected them or inventoried them or anything.
No, I don't believe I ever touched any of the bags.
Okay. All right, Ms. Wood, I'm sorry, you're up.
Thank you, Judge. One moment. Good morning.
Morning.
Investigator Skidmore. Do you recall roughly what time you arrived on the scene?
Exactly no. The report states the call came up at roughly 10 o'clock. So I would have been there shortly after.
At night?
At night, yes.
Okay.
It was dark.
And you stated on direct that when you arrived on the scene, you actually witnessed my client moving the belongings into the hallway, correct?
That's correct.
So you had knowledge that they were his bags?
I didn't have knowledge they were his, but I saw him handling them.
But so we're connecting the same dots. That's one of the reasons why you link those bags to Mr. Tazara.
Correct.
It wasn't that these other guests were also moving bags out, but Mr. Tazara, despite his condition, was getting stuff out of what you understood to be Ms. McCall's apartment.
Right. When I turned the corner into the hall to view the hallway, I could see Mr. Tazara leaned over, handling and manipulating the bags.
Okay.
Basically, his back coming from the apartment door.
Do you recall if you asked who the bags belonged to at the scene?
I do not remember.
And you stated on direct it was several bags, including personal items. Would you agree that it was enough bags to indicate that someone had been staying at that apartment for some time?
Yes, it did appear that way. So it wasn't just one overnight bag. It seemed like someone had a good bit of belongings there.
You testified that when you still had permission to be in the apartment, when you went in, you saw several things, one being a knife. Is that correct?
I do not remember seeing a knife.
Did you see any weapons inside the apartment?
The only thing that would be construed as a weapon was the broken vase, which was informed to me to be the proximal cause of the injuries.
Meaning the vase is what caused the injuries to the left shoulder?
Yeah, correct. From what I remember, Ms. McCall stated.
I don't want you to go, well, I don't mean to open doors I'm not trying to open doors for you. So let's not talk about what Ms. McCall said unless Ms. Wood asks, and if there's no objection from Ms. Nixon, you can get into that. If Mr. Tazara told you, I'm telling you now, it's okay for you to talk about it. But it doesn't sound like he said anything about the vase to you. Okay. I didn't mean to put you in a trap. I asked a question, you were trying to answer it, and I appreciate that. I'll stop and let Ms. Wood go again.
Thank you, Judge. You mentioned there were two other witnesses on the scene.
No,
Were they inside the apartment?
they were.
Were they with Ms. McCall or with Mr. Tazara, or was it unclear?
I believe they said they were called by Miss McCall right after the incident. They were guests of hers.
Were they interviewed?
They were.
And I presume they were dismissed?
Yeah, from what I got from them, they came after the fact. They were called after the commotion was over, and they were their names and date of birth and contact information were written down. They're at my notes, but I don't have in front of me, unfortunately. And there was nothing there that I really needed from them that I couldn't follow up with later.
You testified that Ms. McCall was detained at the scene, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And Ms. McCall was the only person detained at the scene?
That was physically placed in the handcuffs.
And this may be in my notes, and I apologize if I end up skipping around. You arrive on scene, you see Mr. Tazara putting the bags in the hallway, and then you detain Ms. McCall. Did you separate Ms. McCall and Mr. Tazara?
The best I could. Narrow hallway, a lot of people. So essentially, Mr. Tazara was on, if you're standing with your back to the apartment door, he would have been on the left-hand side. There would have been the large, the amount of the bags over the ground with the blood. And then to the right-hand side, I had Miss McCall, and I was where I was mostly at during this.
So there were several feet in between the two?
Approximately 30 to 30 feet, I would say.
Thank you. And there were several officers at the scene, correct?
Correct. Initially, it was, from my memory, Officer Philmon and I arrived together.
Together as in same car?
Not together in the same car. We just happened to all converge outside and park at the same time.
Okay.
And then Officer Suk arrived shortly thereafter.
And you mentioned that Atlanta Fire was treating Mr. Tazara. Is it fair to say that they were treating him, but there was an officer nearby him as well? He couldn't leave the scene, correct?
He was not. He was in eyesight and control of an officer. If he would have tried to leave, he would have been physically detained.
Is it fair to say he was within the eyesight of multiple officers the entire time he was at the apartment complex?
Correct.
You mentioned the scene was chaotic and it was right there in that hallway. And I've been to that apartment complex before. It's a weird design. Did officers block off the hallways, or how did you secure the crime scene?
Mostly just by the amount of fire, APD, and commotion. We didn't have crime scene tape with us, especially when you first get there. Believe it or not, crime scene tape can be a hot commodity in the police world. It's hard to come by sometimes. And it usually doesn't get the first thing you grab, especially if you have an active scene where there's injuries and an armed assailant possibly still on scene. So at first it was just, you can control the hallway by limiting traffic.
I see. So it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to come in and get with those bags without some permission from law enforcement.
For anyone to tamper with or touch the bags, it would have been impossible without one of us seeing it.
You testified on direct that you instructed at least one other officer to lock down the scene, correct? Was that just a safety protocol?
That's just typical procedure of any crime scene. Once safety is secured, locking down the crime scene, I don't know if it's an official term, it's a term that we use often in Atlanta police. It's just not allowing anything to come or go from the crime scene, and if it does, it's notated. It's just or under our eye.
Got it. Okay. And at the time that Mr. Tazara was taken from the apartment complex to the ambulance and then to the hospital, he was not detained or arrested, correct?
He's not physically in handcuffs, but he was under the watchful eye of Officer Philemon.
Okay.
Just so I think I'm clear on it. He hadn't been told you're under arrest for this offense, hadn't been advised of his rights. But if he had said, you know what, I'm going downtown to the Hawks game, he was not free to go do that.
He was not free to go on his own.
Not that there are any more Hawks games this season, but he was not free to do that. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I just missed what Judge asked you, but did anyone tell Mr. Tazara he was not free to leave, or it was just understood he was going to the hospital?
I don't believe it was ever stated that you were not going to leave, but if it would ever come up, it would have been dealt with that time.
Got it. Were you aware that, well, let me back up. Was there anyone on the scene to collect his bags
At what point?
before he went to the hospital?
Well, when Mr. Tazara left for the hospital, being accompanied by Officer Philemon, I was still on the scene, and so was Officer Suk. And then before I left, Sergeant Stinson would have taken over for scene responsibility, and then he coordinated with the next watch, because we were during a shift change, as to who would be facilitating property. And I believe Officer Suk was, I want to say he was still on scene. I can't be 100% certain from that.
Did you at any point before he left or while he was en route to the hospital, did you have any knowledge that a family member was going to come pick up the bags?
No, I never heard anything of that nature.
Did Mr. Tazara ever say to you, or through an officer who reached out to you, hey, leave my stuff right there because Uncle so-and-so is coming to get it?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay.
And you testified on direct that generally when someone's transported to the hospital, it depends, they might be able to take some of their property. In this situation, was he allowed to take maybe one bag or just nothing at all?
In how I handle a crime scene, if I don't know what's 100% going on, I'm going to treat it with the most amount of scrutiny, that I don't want anything coming or going until we know absolutely for certain that this person is an absolute victim or they're a suspect. So it was still a gray area. We knew to some degree. There was an altercation that involved two people, so it wasn't clear enough to say that yes, you can take or something. So in my opinion, to lock down the crime scene, we're going to leave all evidence, anything that could be pertinent, right where they're at. And then once we come at a later decision and we had a clearer picture of everything, then we can decide what can and can't leave.
Okay. You testified on direct that Ms. McCall at some point during the investigation, revoked consent to go into the apartment. And you testified you would need a warrant at that point, correct?
Correct.
So you're familiar with getting search warrants?
I am.
Approximately how many search warrants have you applied for in your career?
Approximately, say, somewhere between 20 and 30.
And were you lead that night?
Lead detective?
Yes.
I believe I was the only detective in Zone 2 that night.
Would it have been your call to get a search warrant, or would that, who decides that?
If we were going to further process the scene, it would be up to me. When it comes, since I had left the scene, that's a hard question to answer. Anyone can apply for a search warrant, but typically, if you're lead detective, the scene is up to you. So,
But if you got down to AMC and Mr. Tazara said, she cut me with a knife that she then hid in the third drawer down on the left in the bathroom. So you've now got PC to get into the apartment. You want to find it. Would you have been the one who applied for the warrant, or you'd call Stinson to say, hey, Sarge, I got a homework project for you?
yeah, I would have been the one taking out that warrant on a
Okay.
very late night.
They may have had no good reason to get a warrant for the apartment, but just so I'm understanding where Ms. Wood's perspective on this, if a warrant was going to be obtained in connection with, again, I'm calling it a domestic violence call, fight call, it's probably you who would be getting it as the investigation unfolded. What if Philemon said, hey, I was talking with Tazara and he said it was a knife, it's got a pink handle, and she stashed it in the third drawer down on the left in the restroom. Does he have to get the warrant, or you would say, upon information and belief, you don't have to write the affidavit right now, but you really wanted to get that knife, would you still be the one getting the warrant?
So at that time, our structure for criminal investigations, like I said, we had Zone 2 CID that handled most lower level calls that weren't someone shot. This call being the nature of it, aggravated assault. We did have an aggravated assault unit at that time and also a domestic violence unit. So if we needed a further search warrant, it could have been me. If they were deemed, if no one else was going to available to do it, I could have done it. If there was a highly motivated officer, which doesn't always happen, they may have, but more than likely, if we need to go back into that apartment, it'd probably be my opinion that DV or aggravated assault
Okay.
over the investigation.
But all that's moot here because no one ever decided to do something like that.
No.
Okay.
So after Mr. Tazara is taken to the hospital, Miss McCall is secured, correct?
Correct.
The scene is secured, correct? No one's really allowed into the area to mess with the bags, correct?
Right. Once Mr. Tazara is off to the hospital, I sent the two witnesses, unnamed witnesses, I can't remember their name right now. I sent them off because they weren't further needed. And it was just Miss McCall, Officer Suck, myself, I think Fire had left, and Sergeant Stinson. And in the hallway, at that point, no one was coming through the crime scene that wasn't allowed.
And at that point, the scene is secured and there's not a danger posed to officers or civilians, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nix, any redirect for Investigator Skidmore?
No, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Before you go, who is the next witness?
Officer Philemon.
Could you mind just getting out of the jury room? No, you're going, oh, you're grabbing that. Yeah, if you'll just get Officer Philemon, that'd be great. Thank you.
Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead. State and spell your name for the record.
Ludina Philemon, Ludena Philemon, Philemond.
Officer Philemon, where are you employed?
Excuse me?
Where are you employed?
Atlanta City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. What are your duties with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm sorry.
What are your duties with the police department?
Well, I'm a police officer, so I make sure people obey the law, things like that.
Okay. Were you working or were you also employed as a police officer with Atlanta in June of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working the night of June 11th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to a call at 1888 Emory Street in Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get that call?
It was dispatched to me.
Okay. And what did you do when you got the call?
When I received the call, I went to the location where I was instructed to by dispatch to go.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived?
When I arrived on the scene, I saw blood before I could actually see. There was blood in the hallway, and following the blood path, I saw a gentleman, the husband that has been stabbed. He told me he was stabbed, and his partner has stabbed him.
Okay. Did you observe any injuries on him?
Yes,
Do you see the gentleman that you saw that night in the courtroom?
yes,
Okay. Is he the gentleman at the council table?
yes.
Okay. You say that when you arrived, you observed blood and you saw Mr. Tazara. What did you do after arriving?
I asked him what happened. He told me what had happened, and then a couple other officers and investigators were on the scene also. So my main concern was to get him medical treatment. So called Grady. Grady took a minute before came, but finally Grady came.
Okay. Were you standing with Mr. Tazara basically the whole time you were on scene?
I was standing with him, then I was standing with at first I talked to him at first because he had injury when he told me the story what had happened. And I actually was standing with the person he told me that had stabbed him and actually detained that person that had stabbed him.
Okay.
And then so I was going back and forth. I was not the whole time, but back and forth.
Okay. Was he in your eyesight or any like officers in that hallway's eyesight the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe any items in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about those items.
There were property in the hallway, which he told me later on that belongs to him. That was his property that he was being, whatever he was going through with his partner. I'm assuming the partner told, I don't know how the items get into the hallway, but they were in the hallway when I got there, and he told me those were his property in the hallway.
Okay. Did he say everything was his or just some of the things were his?
He didn't specify. He just said, those are my stuff in the hallway.
Okay. When you have responded to calls along with Grady and a person is transported, does Grady allow them to bring all of their belongings with them?
Not all the belongings. They allowed to bring some stuff. So I did, he did ask me at one point, can he grab some of his stuff? I said, you can't bring all of your stuff with you, but the things that are valuable to you, you could pick up. So that's what I told him. He tried to pick some item up at the point, and when we were about to leave to go to Grady Hospital, he tried to take some of the items, and the investigator on scene said not to touch them because those are part of a crime scene. So at that point, I told him, since he told you can't grab anything, that's part of a crime scene, let's just go to Grady.
Okay. And did you ask him what he wanted to do with the property when he was being transported to Grady?
Well, since he was not able, since the investigator said those were part of a crime scene, so he could not take anything. So
Did you ask him what he wanted to do because he couldn't take them with him?
No,
Okay. Did,
Say investigator, are you referring to Investigator Skidmore, or was there another investigator who said, nope, he cannot take those bags?
no, investigators.
Okay, and did he say that to you, or he said it to Mr. Tazara?
Well, because he asked me, what are you guys doing? So I said, he's taking some stuff. So
Okay,
I guess he said it to the both of us. No.
yep.
did Mr. Tazara ever call anyone to come and get those items?
He said that he was gonna call his father to come get the stuff. So he was very like, and I told him call his father. At one point, he told me his father was in the shower because he talked to his father. He said his father was in the shower. So yes,
Okay. And was his father able to come in a timely manner in order to collect the items?
I wouldn't be able to tell you because I left before. I went to Grady before.
Okay. So when you left the scene, did you leave with Grady?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ride along in the ambulance?
No, I
Okay.
was actually riding behind the ambulance.
Okay. Mr. Tazara had told you that he had called his father to come and get the items, but that his father was in the shower. The father never came to the scene while you were there.
No,
Okay.
not while I was there.
Okay. Nothing further, subject to redirect.
All right, Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
When you arrived on scene, were you aware that Mr. Tazara was the 911 caller?
No,
And you were made aware that the property belonged to him?
he told me that was his property in the hallway.
And when you left to go with him to Grady, were you under the impression when you left the scene that his father would be en route and allowed to pick up the bags?
He told me his father was in the shower, so that's all I had.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, give me 1 second. Did you, Officer Philemon, tell Investigator Skidmore or anyone else that Mr. Tazara had told you, my dad's coming to get the bags?
No,
Okay, so you knew that from Mr. Tazara. You didn't share it. You were gonna let Mr. Tazara bring a bag or two to the hospital. You had said that's fine. Skidmore said no. And so you said, forget it. You just got to go to, it ended up, he went to AMC and not Grady, but you're going to the hospital, no bags with you.
yes.
Okay. Anything on redirect?
No, sir.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Before you go, who's next?
Officer Suk.
If you could get him out here, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Lawyer, you have a seat. Can you state the spelling name for the record?
My name is Ralph Suk. First name spelled R-A-L-P-H, last name Suk, spelled S-U-K.
Officer Suk, where are you employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
Were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department in June of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working the night of June 11th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to a call at 1888 Emory Street in Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am. Apartment 265 or something.
Okay. What was that call for?
A domestic fight.
Okay. Had any other officers arrived on scene when you got there?
Investigator Skidmore and Officer Philemon were already on scene, and fire was already on scene as well.
Okay. And were there any items in the hallway that this occurred in?
Yes, ma'am. It was there was a lot of bags or a bag and a lot of blood, a lot of items. I was focused a lot on the blood that was on the walls before I even got to the apartment. I was focused on trying to find who was injured or hurt. My focus wasn't really on the items that were out, on the ground.
Did you or other officers find the person who was injured?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And during the time that you were on scene, was the person who was injured taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience of responding to calls along with Grady or any EMS that will transport someone to the hospital, when a person is transported to the hospital, are they allowed to bring any items with them?
So normally, yes, they're allowed to, but in this particular case, it's a little different because the amount of blood that's out. So we know a crime happened, something happened. You normally just don't see blood everywhere. So we have to determine who is victim and who is, or both victims, or who is the aggressor. So that becomes a crime scene now. So, but technically, if I didn't see blood all over the place and he or she was about to be transported for whatever reason, because the Grady EMS says I had to take him now, I don't question them. And then if he's not detained, or in custody, then they're allowed to bring items. But because of this incident, because of the blood, we know a crime happened. So no items were allowed to be taken.
Okay. When a person is transported and you don't have any evidence of a crime, are they allowed to take a lot of things, or like their wallet, phone, purse, that kind of thing?
Generally, no. There isn't an SOP of amount of what they can take, but the ambulance have X amount of room in that thing. There's not a lot of space in there. And on the gurney, there's only one little space that has maybe a foot and a half by 2 feet or something like that, of where they can put something back there. Maybe a pair of shoes or some jacket or whatever, but you can't take a lot of stuff with you.
Okay. Did you remain on scene until other officers came to do an inventory search of the items that were there?
Yes, I was still there, yes.
Okay. Did anyone mess with or go through the bags while you were there?
No, not at that particular time.
Okay. Would anyone have been able to, from the time you arrived until you left the scene in the hands of other officers, would anyone have had access to those bags?
No.
Other than law enforcement who were just watching it?
For the most part, officers know not to touch stuff until instructed. So Officer Philemon is she was an evening watch and she was about to get off work, maybe less than 30 minutes. So she was canceled by her sergeant. So I came in after her and said, I'll take over. So whatever preceded them, I don't know. But when I got there, my job is to secure the scene. I don't allow people to come on my scene. Even if the people who live in the same apartment floor, they were trying to come down the hallway where we prohibited that you have to go around. There's so the integrity of the crime scene needs to be protected.
Okay. And use the word SOP before. What does that stand for?
It's our standard procedure, operation procedures.
Okay. Does APD have a standard procedure for when items are left just in in this situation, like in a hallway or not in a place where it can be secured?
Yeah, if it's not in secure area, like if it was inside the house, it'll be a completely different world. But because it was out in the hallway, we couldn't leave those items in the hallway. If it belonged to either party, it didn't matter to us. That inventory or those items in the hallway had to be secured, and we had to put them, even if we didn't know who they belonged to. Like if it was some strange bag that was just so happened to be out there, we still have to put it in the property, saying we put in the property, we have to inventory it, because there are certain procedures in property that we cannot put into property, such as liquid. We're not allowed to inventory or put liquid inside property. There are certain, we have to make sure that there's any illegal things that are inside there before we go in there. So it's a normal procedure for us to go through a bag after we've collected all the information and all the evidence. ID already came out, took pictures of everything. And once everything was collected and preserved, then we will take that inventory or the bags or whatever was left out there. Even if there was a shoe out there or whatever, so we would have to, inventory those things as well.
Okay. All right, nothing further, subject to redirect.
Ms. Wood, do you have questions for Officer?
Actually, Judge, one moment.
Sure.
Good morning, Officer Sue.
Good morning.
Do you recall how long you were on the scene that night?
It's been a couple of years, but it was quite a long scene.
And you were there, I'm sorry, to interrupt. You were there, we know Officer Philemon left because she followed EMT to whatever hospital Mr. Tazara went to.
Right.
And you said you were there in part because she was, either her shift was ending or she was leaving the scene because she's going with the person who was injured. So you were there long after she left, or she left and you were there about 5 more minutes and said,
Oh,
great.
no, there was a longer period of time because I still have to wait for ID to come out. They have to take pictures of everything.
Is it fair to say it was a number of hours that you were there at the apartment complex?
It's possible. My apologies. I don't know exactly the time frame, but it's not 5 to 10 minutes.
Can you share with us the things you had to wait? So you had to wait for crime scene techs to come or ID to take pictures.
Sure.
We heard that a Sergeant Stinson showed up at some point. What other things did you need to make sure happened before you either released the scene to someone else or you said, all clear, now people can go up and down the hallway again?
Right. So generally in a big crime scene, you do have to wait for like a higher up, either a supervisor of some sort, a general investigator, a white shirt, like a night commander. They generally would come out to the scenes. And so I don't quite remember about Sergeant Stinson, but he arrived on scene with a traffic vest. And it's not a normal thing for a supervisor to be wearing a vest, meaning that he came from somewhere else. He wasn't coming from a regular, from the precinct. You wouldn't just be wearing a traffic vest of some sort.
And that was
that I still had to wait for him as well.
And you said that was Sergeant Stinson?
Stinson, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall drafting the incident report in this case?
Yes, on my part. The supplement reports and the GI report I have nothing to do with. Only what I see.
What's GI?
I'm sorry, General Investigator.
And is it custom for you to wait until the scene is cleared to draft that report?
Generally, yes. I don't have a computer with me. I have to collect everything and then find out all the information first, and then I'll sit down and write the report.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if I show you a copy of the report?
Sure.
Judge, let the record show I'm showing this next copy of the police report.
While that's working its way to you, and it may be Ms. Woods getting here, were you the person who, I understand it's not your decision, a superior officer would make it, but ultimately, are you the one who, you don't leave until the scene is cleared, or your shift ends, or you get a call saying there's a dog barking 8 blocks away and you have to go deal with that? How did your role end here?
Oh, it doesn't end until I'm finished with the scene.
Okay, so you are stuck on that scene until a white shirt or a vest says, hey, this scene is done.
Correct.
Okay, and so it's more than 5 or 10 minutes, you've told us that. But if it was 4 hours to clean that scene, clear the scene, whatever's involved, you're there the whole time.
Exactly. And
Okay.
even if I go over my time frame, like if I get off at 6 o'clock in the morning and the case still goes another 5 hours, let's just say, for instance, I'm still there for another 5 hours. I don't go home because I clock out at 6.
Do you get overtime?
It depends.
Why, how does it depend? I mean, if your shift ends at 6 and you're there for 5 more hours, why would those 5 hours not be overtime?
It depends on how many hours I worked over before then.
Okay.
Like if I worked over 40 hours, then I get overtime, but if not, they become comp time.
Okay. Thank you.
May I correct?
You may.
Officer, I'm just showing you a copy of your report to refresh your reflection. If you could review this silently, and then let me know when you're done for the time that your report was drafted.
Okay. Is there anything specific that you want me to look for?
Just the time that your report was drafted.
Okay. Oh, I see. It's the time of the report was drafted at 6:50. And I got there when I was at 10 o'clock,
6:50 a.m.?
6:50 a.m.
So then that would be on the 12th?
So just because a report is being drafted at that particular time, it doesn't mean that I was on scene the entire time. I don't recall how many other calls that I had, but majority of the time, a normal night will be, an average of 10 calls a night on a slow night. And so throughout the night, after that particular scene, I would go to other, and then I won't clear. Normally under morning watch, I don't start my reports until it dies out, and then I have time to start typing.
Is it safe to say, though, that at 6:50 a.m. the next morning, you were no longer on scene?
That's correct.
Okay, so the latest you would have been there would have been 6 or something, because you had to get all the way to the precinct and start writing.
I could start typing in the computer in the car, but because Atlanta Police Department, majority of us don't have our own vehicles. So the next watch that comes in has to take that vehicle. So
Yeah.
I don't have the luxury of sitting in my vehicle to write the report. So I would go inside and start typing. And that's probably where the discrepancy of the time frame.
So now that you've seen your report and seen what time you would have been done with the crime scene, is it fair to say that you would have been there for at least an hour or two at the apartment complex?
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
Officer, I may have missed this. How long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
This past January, it's 6 years. So 6 years and 4 months.
And in your experience, have you applied for search warrants in the course of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
I have.
Approximately how many search warrants have you gotten?
My apologies. Let's back up just a little bit. Warrants, I have many of them, but the actual search warrants themselves for me to go into private property or into a car, I have not.
Okay. And you testified on direct, you were alarmed by the amount of blood on the scene, and just given the totality of the circumstances during the chaos, is there a reason you didn't take out a search warrant for the apartment or any of the property on the scene?
So generally, if I'm the only one and I'm the highest ranking, then I would take over everything. I'd take control of the whole 9 yards. But because there are supervisors that appear, general investigators, they outrank me. And so they take lead and they tell me what to do. And then when the general investigator says, do this or do that, that's what I do. I wasn't the primary.
So would you agree that it would have been Investigator Skidmore's responsibility to apply for a search warrant in this situation?
So I understand your question, but it's a little sticky now because we know a crime happened and so the items there that I was just trying to do was just to secure it for them to get a search warrant or not warrant. That wasn't my call. I don't have a call to do that.
But to Ms. Wood's point, it would be Skidmore or above who would be thinking about search warrants. You're thinking about, no one goes anywhere with these bags. You guys stop coming down the hallway, go a different way. And then if you were directed, I don't know that this was your role, someone, I assume, collected these bags. Were you the one who ended up collecting them and taking them to police property?
No.
Okay. How does that get decided?
I don't know.
If it was your scene, why weren't you the one who took the bags to property?
Right, so we're always in constant communication through our radio. And so whatever the investigator says for them to do, I don't know how they're communicated with that. But when Officer Appleton and Officer Foster arrived on scene, when everything was being wrapped up, I don't know the communication that happened between them and.
Okay, but you were not the one who was told, collect these bags.
I wasn't told to collect the bag.
Okay.
That wasn't my job at that particular time.
Got it.
Would it have been appropriate, given the hierarchy and the way things work for Atlanta Police Department, would it have been appropriate if you thought there was probable cause and enough for a search warrant application for you to tell Investigator Skidmore to apply for a search warrant, or is that not part of how things go?
Technically, I guess you can. You can tell a higher up, your boss, what to do. But the inventory that was found later, we didn't think those items were in there. The only thing that we knew was that the gentleman was being kicked out of his apartment, and then they're screaming, yelling, "Get out of my apartment!" while she held the pan of, a pot, a pan, whatever, in her hand and screaming, "Get out!" And then he picks up his personal bags. We're not thinking that that was a part of the crime. So when we take the items that were in the hallway, and then in order for us to inventory it and put it in the property, we have to open the bag just to inventory it. And then that's when it was discovered. Now, if the timeline started where we thought the inventory in the bag was crucial to the crime itself, that his injuries, the blood, were involved in any of the argument, but neither one of them stated that these bags were involved in the crime, why he had stab wounds, why she was choked, why she had bruises on her right neck. All those items didn't lead to those bags. So because of that, we didn't think. So if it was told and explained to us that those bags were a part of the crime, then you stop and say, we have enough time now to go get a warrant and ask the judge to search these bags because we think that they're involved in the crime. But because we didn't think that they were, he was just getting kicked out with his clothes. We thought they were just personal items. So in that sense, yes, you would need to go get a warrant if they're a part of the crime. Yes.
Thank you for that. I apologize if I've already asked this. I've gotten myself off track. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, is it common to let family members retrieve property that at the time you do not believe is part of the, or involves the crime?
They can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And did you have knowledge that his father was on the way to pick up the bags?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
My apologies, I don't remember.
You may not even have known. The question was, did you know that? So we're not saying you knew or didn't. Your answer is, if someone told me, I don't remember that.
Yeah, if someone told me, I don't remember that. It's been quite a many years.
Do you recall having to tell someone to go away, even though that person is saying, but wait, I'm his dad, he told me to come get the bags?
My apologies, I don't remember that either.
If I had shown up saying, I'm here to get my son's bags, and they were, as you've described them, not suspected of any evidentiary connection at all, just his personal effects.
Oh, I see. So.
And maybe I even showed you, look, my last name is Tazara, he's Tazara. Would I have been allowed to take those bags? Sort of like if you pull someone over, they can't drive from the scene, but I show up saying, I'm his brother, and he says, yeah, he can take the car. You let the car roll away.
Yes.
Would you have released the bags?
Not in this incident, because Mr. Tazara already left the scene, and I couldn't get permission from anyone because he wasn't there on the scene. He was in the ER, whatever room that it was in, and he's being taken care of. It wouldn't be proper for me to raise the GI and say, hey, can I get permission to take? And I know what the answer would have been. It would have been, common knowledge. No, it's a part of the crime scene. Nothing's leaving. So in that incident, no property would have left.
So the scenario where you feel you've got the authority and SOP supports it would be the example I gave, where driver gets pulled over, suspended license. He is not leaving in that car because he can't legally drive. But maybe the front seat passenger shows, here's my license, and the driver says to you, well, Officer Sook, I'm okay letting her drive the car home. And there's no issue with the car. It's not stolen, anything like that. You don't smell marijuana. The issue is I ran a stop sign. I have a suspended license. I've got some issues. You would let that front seat passenger drive that car away because I, as the driver in your presence, said they can drive it.
Correct. If that car was not involved in any crime.
Sure.
Like if the vehicle was involved in the crime, then I wouldn't give any leeway.
Okay.
That car would not leave. I would tow the car and have it sent to property and then inventoried and fingerprinted and so on. So, but in this, for example, I pull over a car, the driver suspended license, I have to place him in custody. And then, but I find a gun and 8 bags of marijuana. So now that car, the vehicle becomes a crime scene. And then he asked me yesterday, can I take possession of the car? He's my brother. I said, no, you can't, because now the vehicle has a gun and 8 bags of marijuana.
Right.
So, but if it didn't have any extra evidences of a crime, then I would have released the car instantly. So in this case, it's the same scenario, that the bags were involved in a crime of some sort because the general investigator hasn't completed everything. He needs to go and ask more questions and so on. So
because he could have learned from Mr. Tazara, yeah, we did get an argument, and the knife I used to swing at her, but I didn't hit her. I put it in my backpack in the hallway.
Right.
And you don't want that backpack to have disappeared.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Now the crime scene would have been tainted if that happened.
To your knowledge, from what you had gathered on scene, the only weapon was the marble glass vase. Is that correct?
Again, it's a little complicated. My apologies. I don't mean to evade your question, but there was a vase, a marble vase that he was hit with. I did not see the knife till Investigator Skidmore advised me that there was a knife on the scene that he was stabbed with. And I didn't see it until I was instructed. So I started looking more, because you had pots and pans, food, oil, bleach, blood everywhere. The apartment was a mess. So I didn't see the knife until further instructed. And then when that happened, I informed the ID that, hey, there's a knife, and he took pictures of the knife now. And then the normal procedure would he would take the knife and bag it and put it into evidence.
And the knife that you're referring to is the knife found inside of Cameron's apartment, correct?
Cameron is McCall?
Yes.
McCall, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, there were no other allegations of any other types of weapons, correct?
I wasn't explained, or I wasn't told that there was any weapons. But you can clearly see that just by the evidence of the amount of blood that a weapon was used.
Last question. Were you present when Officer Appleton, I believe is the name, conducted the search of the bags?
I was there present, yes. Them going through the bags, that one, I wasn't looking over them and seeing what they were pulling out of the bags, no. My focus wasn't that. My focus was just preserving the scene and collecting information.
Do you recall how long after Mr. Tazara left the scene the search was conducted?
It was towards the end that inventorying, I wouldn't call it a search. It's more like we're inventorying the items that were left in the hallway just so we can turn it into property.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Ms. Nix?
You stated that two other officers, or at least two other officers, came on scene and conducted the inventory of the items. Who are those officers?
Officer Appleton and Officer Foster.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
All right. We need to take a break for a little bit. I think you're down to one more officer.
Yes, Officer Foster.
Okay. And it was Appleton and Foster who did the search? Is that what he just said? Okay. So Foster's back there. Foster can stay back there because we need to take a break. But when we get back, we'll have Officer Foster's testimony.
All right.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, Ms. Mignot. How are you?
Good morning, Your Honor.
So here's where we are procedurally with your situation. I have one more witness in this motion to suppress. We have to take a little break first. I have to go deal with something. We'll wrap that up. Then I have a very quick modify or end probation early. That will not be a long conversation. And then we need to figure out where Mr. Hiles is because he was talking with witnesses in connection with your case. Mr. Pritchett is up. Mr. Robinson is not. We do not want them in the same space. So Pritchett is up. He's going to go first. He's going to come out and say, yep, I'll take a freebie. Since I'm serving 20 years, I'll take 20 years. Or he'll be Pritchett. Who knows what he'll say? We'll figure that out. When he's done, he will go downstairs and we can bring Mr. Robinson up. You two can talk as long as you need to talk, and then you can let us know, here's what's going to go on. But my recollection was you preferred to have the Pritchett situation go first, in particular if it's going to be a plea, because that's such a different landscape. If you then tell Mr. Robinson, he just took 20 years, so 25 to serve 15, you're safer, all the things you'd want to share with him. I just, like you, have no idea what Mr. Pritchett's going to say. Okay?
Perfect order.
All right, so you're welcome to stay here, but it will be a little while.
I'm gonna run out for a second. I had a 9 o'clock, so I wasn't certain if it was gonna be done in time, and I just got released by Judge Benton, so I said,
Great.
stick my head in.
Yep.
And then I'll come back. So
Good.
I think 1 o'clock then.
Sure, 1 o'clock is safe. All right, good to see you. And we also have Mr. Bush that we'll deal with. Like I said, I gotta go deal with something, but we will wrap up the Tazara hearing. Do you have any witnesses? Are you gonna call him? Do you plan on calling Mr. Tazara?
No.
Okay, so it will end with, I mean, you can confer with him after Foster testifies, but Foster will testify, and I think that'll close the evidence unless you two agree, oh, now that we've heard more, we wanna see if we can get Officer X here on another date since Mr. Tazara is on bond. But we'll figure that out.
Thank you, Judge.
Does that work? Okay, so it sounds like, now that both lawyers are back here, I either misread your motion or when you were putting your motion together, you didn't have full information. There was no bag searched at the hospital. Whatever was searched in the hallway at the Millworks place.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that doesn't change. I mean, I don't think it changes a whole lot, but
I think
Okay.
I might have mistyped.
okay. I just, in reading your motion, I read it as I'm envisioning him hooked up to IVs and his backpack is on the chair. They're going through to it. It was searched when he was at the hospital and they were there. Good seeing you, sir. Take care.
Thanks for coming.
All right, I will mute things here and be back in a little bit. Hold on one second. Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great. Let's pick up where we left off. The state was going to call its next witness.
State calls Officer Foster.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir.
Spell your name. State and spell your name for the record.
State and spell your name for the record.
Officer J Foster, James Foster, JAMESFOSTER,
Officer Foster, where are you employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
What is your position with Atlanta Police Department?
Patrolman?
Were you also working in that capacity in June of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you working the night of and into the morning hours of June 11th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get called to 1888 Emory Street, apartment 265 in Atlanta?
I did.
Why did you get called to that location?
There was a crime scene, a stabbing was involved. They needed additional units to establish a perimeter in order for ID to take pictures of the crime scene.
Okay. What information did you have when you arrived?
That there were 2 people involved in a domestic matter that resulted in a stabbing. And one was transported to Grady, and then the other one brought back to the precinct to take out a warrant.
Okay. When you
Go ahead.
when you arrived or while you were on scene, were you asked to do any inventory searches?
After ID finished taking pictures, I was asked to do an inventory.
Okay.
All right, before we get into that, then my question, I think, comes chronologically before that. When you got to the scene, Officer Foster, was the person who had been stabbed already off at the hospital? Okay.
Tell the court what an inventory search is.
We basically have to conduct a thorough inventory before turning property into property, especially if it was involved in a crime scene. You can just leave it laying out in plain sight, unattended.
What are the purposes of conducting a inventory search?
Just to inventory all the items that are in the containers to, submit to property, so the owner can eventually get their property back, and it's all categorized and inventoried.
When you conduct an inventory search, are you looking for evidence of a crime?
No, we just want to write down all of the items, the articles that were found before we place them into property. It's just a protocol that we have to go through and follow through.
Are you looking for things that could be dangerous or things that could be valuable that maybe could be claimed that were misplaced or taken?
Oh, we don't want to be accused of taking any property. That's for sure. And we don't want to put any property, submit it if there is a danger to, people at property or anybody else involved in handling the property.
And you mentioned a protocol. When property is left on a scene because someone is taken to Grady or in custody, whatever the case may be, is it standard operating procedure for an officer to do an inventory search on anything that is left
Yes.
unsecured?
Yes.
Anything that would be brought into property at the police department?
Yes.
Okay. What items were on scene that you were asked to do an inventory search of?
So there were several bags containing multiple items. The majority of those items were articles of clothing that ranged from shirts, pants, belts, sneakers, toiletry items. And then that's another bag. That's when there was I think there was like a grinder of some sort with multiple bags, a scale, and then it just led to the other bags which contained drug-like looking substances.
Okay.
Do you know which number body cam this is? Is it that one that's labeled? Oh, 51? Okay.
At least on my My end, I have it. It's a link,
Okay,
so.
that's fine. Yeah, that's, there were two that would, they will do one, but I'll recognize it once it starts playing.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what will be marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what I'm showing you? Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes.
What is it?
Got bags over here.
Well, tell us what this is.
Oh, this is a body camera footage of that you're trying to get at?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Is this your body camera?
That is my body camera. Yes.
Is it, was it recorded the night of, and into the morning hours between June 11, 2021 into June 12, 2021?
Yes, ma'am. It was actually activated in the parking lot. And
What is a body cam?
so body camera is just a way to identify, basically seeing everything that we see. And it's able to record that and store the information into like a cloud-like, I'm not too familiar with the technical terms, but it puts it into a cloud of some sort, and that's where it's saved under the case numbers that it's assigned to.
So when you arrive on a scene, do you have to turn it on or does it automatically come on?
If the lights and sirens aren't activated in our unit, we have to turn it on. In this particular case, I activated it, I believe, in the parking lot. And it just runs the whole time until we leave whatever scene we leave.
Okay. And when you're done with the shift, what do you do with your body cam?
We have a dock at the precinct, and then that's where all of the information is uploaded and sent to the cloud.
And the body cam, how does it get the individual videos? How do they get associated with individual cases?
So they're linked with a case number assigned to whatever case we're on. So if there were 6 officers there, they had body cameras, all 6 of those body cameras are going to have the same case number.
And did you add the case number for this incident that occurred at 1888 Emory Street to your body cam?
I did.
Okay. Is that how it was saved in the APD server?
It is.
Okay. While you're wearing the body cam, are you able to change or alter the footage that's taken?
Can't modify any type of footage.
After it's docked and uploaded to the cloud, are you able to alter or change it in any way? Okay. The body cam that I showed you just a minute ago that will be State's Exhibit 1, has it been altered or amended in any way? And does it fairly and accurately reflect what it was that you observed that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State moves to admit State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection.
Is State's Exhibit 1 the entirety from I'm Officer Foster in the parking lot, click, I turn it on in 3 hours that he's at the scene? Or have you extracted a snippet or a segment that is germane to this piece? I'm not suggesting if it's long, it can't come in. I just want the record to reflect what's going in. It's everything, or it's a segment that you thought ties into this?
So, Judge, I was going to enter the entire camera into evidence, but only show a portion of it.
Great. That's more helpful for rule of completeness. It may be that Ms. Wood thinks something 2 hours in is relevant. So this would be all of the footage from Officer Foster's body cam once it was activated at the 1888 Emory Street situation. And it is admitted. There's no objection. So I admit States 1, you're going to play a piece of it.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
Trying to get the sound.
So if you'll stop sharing for a sec, and I think your computer is connected now in a way where you may need to turn the speaker off or something. When you did share screen, did you click the little box? There are these two little boxes. One of them is share audio and the other is optimize video.
Yes.
If you did both those, then it should come across. There's often a lag. But if you just hit play, let's just hit play and see if we get some audio.
Dude, this is fucking horrible. You gotta be shitting me. Oh my god. Ooh, what do we got here, buddy?
What's that? That's a lot of weed. Who's the single thing to check everything, boy?
That's a lot of weed right there, buddy.
Jeez.
Yes, sir.
Wanna put that on the body cam?
Yes, sir. Weed that.
I'm not lying. Alright, so basically. Another bag, after that. Oh, hell, what? Yo. Damn. Let me,
Yeah, Cheech and Chong. What is that? Yes, sir. Hey, we're not done yet.
Yeah. We got more, but that's true.
You didn't want to check that bag.
See if it's good, boy.
This is a big old fat fellow right here. Must have been a plan or something to try to hide it from the weather. All these bags. That's what you see in the first bench shot.
That's okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I ain't gonna lie, we gotta go through this again. Let me just make sure.
Yes, sir. It's a white powdery substance that appears to be cocaine-like. Let's go get the scales.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
All right, the portion of your body cam that we just watched, was that taken while you were inventorying the items that were in that hallway? And you stated that most of the items were clothing. I didn't show that part, but was that the other bags that we see in your body cam, were those the bags containing clothing?
That particular bag, no.
So the other bags that were in the hallway?
I can remember the majority of the bags were men's items.
Okay, and that bag that we saw you inventorying, was it, we see a red substance. Was that, or we see the bag is red and white. Was the red that was on the bag like a part of the design, or was it some substance that was on the bag?
So there was blood on the bag, but there was also red that wasn't blood on the bag. Rather, it was the design of the bag. But yeah.
Okay.
Both.
Both.
Okay.
But there was blood on
There was blood.
the back. Okay. Did this occur in Fulton County? Okay. The other person who was in your video, who was that?
Officer Appleton.
Okay. And when the two of you were inventorying these items, who was doing what?
So he was writing down the information that I was giving him. And once he received all the information, we bagged up all of the items, put them in his unit, and then he did the transport to the annex.
Okay. And why was he writing down all of the things that you told him you found?
For inventory purposes.
Okay. I think that's all I have, subject to redirect.
All right, Ms. Wood, questions for Officer Foster?
I do. Good morning, Officer Foster.
How are you?
Good, thank you. How long have you worked with Atlanta Police Department?
5 years this July.
Did you have any law enforcement?
Phone, please.
What was the question?
Can the witness move closer to the microphone?
Yes, you are soft-spoken and the court reporter is remote, so she can only hear you if you're talking into the microphone. So if you don't mind leaning into the mic or yelling, your call.
Prior to that 5 years experience, did you work as a law enforcement officer anywhere else?
No.
Okay. And your role that night was simply to conduct the search, correct?
Not a search, it was more of an inventory. So I was an officer for 4 months at the time of this. I've been 5-year mark is this July.
So you're a brand new on the streets officer, which was why you got the job of emptying the bags and Appleton got to write stuff down.
Well, actually, I had more time on than him.
Oh, okay.
Only by a month or so. Though.
Okay.
Did you have experience applying for search warrants at the time of this incident?
No, not at the time of that incident.
I think it was clear from the body camera, but so I'm clear, when you arrived on the scene, Mr. Tazara was already at the hospital and Miss McCall was already at Rice Street, or where was Miss McCall at this point?
I may have passed her. I'm not. When I got to he was gone.
Mhm.
He, Mr. Tazara, was gone.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm almost certain she was gone too.
Okay. I wanted to clarify because it looked like the hallway was empty save for the bags.
Yeah, but there were several people there.
Mostly law enforcement?
It was, yes.
Okay.
It was all, like I said, the investigator had the scene basically tied down at the time, and we just come in and let ID finish taking their pictures.
And when you arrived on the scene, you didn't have any reason to believe that the bags contained anything pertaining to the stabbing call, correct?
No, I was told that was his property.
Mm-hmm. Were you also told that he was the 911 caller and also the victim in the case?
The information that I had, that there were 2 parties involved in a domestic. One got transported to Grady, and one is en route to.
So at that point, you didn't know, or did you know that he was the person at Grady?
At the time I got there, I can't, I'm not certain.
This may be a silly question. How often do you conduct searches in your role as an officer for Atlanta Police Department?
Searches or inventory?
Going through the bags.
Okay, inventory, every time that something has to be transported to the public safety annex, we need to conduct a thorough inventory on every container inside of a container.
Okay.
Just to verify that there's no, firearms, whatever the case may be. And we also need to inventory all of their personal belongings so they can't come back and say that we stole any of their belongings.
Okay. I saw that you had on gloves in the body camera, you had on gloves to go through. I'm assuming, is it safe to say that's part of the procedure? You put on the gloves before you start going through the property, is that correct?
I personally put on gloves before I dig through anybody's property.
Okay, and so you have your gloves on, and then next, I'm assuming someone is writing down how many bags are present, is that correct? Okay, when you begin to go through the bags, do you pat them down at first, or is there any type of action to try to get a better idea of what's actually inside the bags?
I'll pick it up, I guess, for the most part, but I just look and then I just start pulling stuff out as I'm looking into the bag.
So if you were to have your gloves on and you pick up a bag, and if it felt like there was a liquid in there or a firearm, is it safe to say that you could put the bag down and say, hey, there's something in here?
Yeah, that's reasonable to believe.
But at that time, you didn't feel any weapons inside the bags. To your knowledge, when you arrived on scene, because there were several other officers involved, had anyone told you there's a marble vase involved inside the apartment and there may or may not have been a knife? Did you have that knowledge at the time?
I can't recall.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
What happens when you go through a bag, not like the white one with the red on it, but you're going through a bag and in it, there's a firearm, but there's no indication that it was illegal for that person to possess it. You remove it and it just gets stored differently if the facts played out that Mr. Tazara was the victim, after there was a complete investigation, he's not going to be charged with anything. He wants to get his stuff back. He says, I'd like to get my bags. Is the gun just kept separately from the bag full of clothes where the gun had been put?
It is. So when we bring property to the annex, and if there is a firearm involved, there's a different procedure for entering a firearm versus, a pair of clothing. A pair of clothing can go into a bag that put a tape on. The bag, well, first I'm going to run it over ACIC. Just,
the firearm.
Versus the firearm.
Right, not the pair of jeans.
Right, no, not
okay.
The pair of jeans. And then they have a designated box with a zip tie of some sort to hold it in place. And then that's where you count the magazine or the bullets in the magazine and all that. And you enter it under property versus evidence. If you were in fact the victim, the firearm be placed under
property and he can get it back.
And he gets out, he goes back there, shows his ID, the case number, and he gets his property back.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Nix?
Just one. Ms. Wood asked you about if you just pick up a bag and it's immediately apparent to you that there's a firearm or something else that is in there that could be contraband. What do you do then? Do you just put it down and say, okay, there's a firearm there, or what do you do?
So if I have direct knowledge there's a firearm in there, I mean, I'm still gonna inventory it, because I need to get a model number of the firearm for proper, you know, proper, submission.
So even if you pick up a bag and you know there's some contraband in here, you still have to inventory it and write down what it is?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Officer Foster. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Ms. Nix, do you have any other witnesses?
No, sir, state rests.
All right. Ms. Wood, are you going to put on any evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you all want to make any argument? Well, let me start with you, Ms. Nix. Do you want to make any argument? Do you want to rest on the record, or do you want to send me some cases that you think I should read? I'm happy with any of the three.
I can just do a brief summation.
All right. As long as you're near a microphone, I am ready for it.
All right. Judge, it is clearly a well-established law by not only Georgia, but also the United States Supreme Court that inventories of property left on, in this kind of situation, left on scene, abandoned, whatever the case may be, it is reasonable for law enforcement to conduct these inventory searches for, as standard procedure, to prevent any dangerous or contraband materials from coming into the police department, and to make sure that there are no allegations that, hey, there was $10,000 in cash in my bag and you stole it. You heard Officer Sooks say that they didn't think they'd find anything in those bags. He said that there was blood on the bag, so it could potentially be relevant, but that they had no reason to believe that the knife that was alleged to have been used or any other weapon.
Hold on 1 second. Mr. Hiles, you're not going far away, are you?
I was gonna stand right outside the door.
Great.
He stated that they had no reason to believe that the knife or any other weapon would be found in those bags. Investigator Skidmore did say that Miss McCall had said something about drugs, but this was a very tense situation. It was domestic. They were yelling at each other, and he kind of took what she said with a grain of salt. You just heard Officer Foster tell you that he was doing an inventory. He doesn't even call it a search. He calls it an inventory because that's what it is. They're inventorying the items that were left on scene because that's the protocol. That's what they have to do for all the reasons I've already stated. He stated he was not looking for evidence. He was not looking for evidence in the assault that had just happened. He was not looking for evidence of drugs. I'll cite the Supreme Court case, South Dakota versus Opperman, Opperman, that's 428 US 369, which says that it is well established that officers can do inventory searches when they're taking property in. And the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution does not protect individuals from all searches. It only protects individuals from unreasonable searches. This search was in no way unreasonable. The property was left on scene. It was going to be taken into police custody so that it would not be stolen, not be damaged, not be lost, that Mr. Tazara could have come back and gotten it when he was released from the hospital or when he was released from jail. And the fact that they went through it is reasonable because they have to make sure they know what they're bringing into their precinct. I would want to know what's being brought into my office, my house. And courts have repeatedly said that inventory searches are reasonable, and so they do not violate the Fourth Amendment. That is what occurred in this case, an inventory search. And so the defense's motion should be denied.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Nix. Ms. Wood.
Judge, may I approach? I have some case law I'd like to share.
Sure. Thank you. Of course, the first case is State versus Wood.
Not really.
Yeah.
Judge, the state holds their position that this was an inventory search, and I would proffer to the court this was a fishing expedition. The Fourth Amendment guarantees that we all have a right to be free of unreasonable searches and seizures by the state, and that's exactly what this was here, Judge. State versus Cook, which is what I actually cited in my original motion to suppress, states warrantless searches are presumed invalid unless the state can show there was exigent circumstances to justify the warrantless search of Mr. Tazara's bags. Judge, the testimony we've heard today, he wasn't a flight risk at the time. He was actually already removed from the scene. So no issue there of him being able to reach into a bag and pull out a weapon. He wasn't a threat to the officers, again, because he was not on the scene. And he was in no position to destroy the evidence because he wasn't on the scene. Therefore, there's not an exigent circumstance that would get this warrantless search in that way. There's other ways the officers could have gained access to the bags if they really wanted to get in there lawfully. Judge, they could have obtained a warrant. Several of the officers on the stand today testified they knew the process for getting a search warrant and simply did not do it. They could have obtained consent from Mr. Tazara. They didn't do that. And then again, the exigent circumstances, and that's all also from State versus Cook that I've cited. The argument that this search was part of an inventory doesn't stand. There is case law from Huff versus State, so 346 Georgia Appeals 120, and also State versus McCarthy 288 Georgia Appeals 426. I've provided copies to the state and the court. Judge, that argument does not hold weight because Mr. Tazara was not on the scene at the time, so he didn't pose a threat to law enforcement, civilians, or anyone else. There is no indication from the testimony here today or any of the discovery that those bags would have contained a weapon or had anything related to the incident. Officer Suk himself said multiple times the bags had nothing to do with the reason they responded to the call. So no reason at all to think that they contained anything relevant to the initial investigation, which was a domestic incident involving a stabbing. Judge, Mr. Tazara was the victim in the case here. He's the one who called 911. It's clear from the testimony when officers arrived on scene, they secured the area as they should. Mr. Tazara was separated. Ms. McCall was separated. Mr. Tazara got the treatment he needed before being transported. He also told Officer Philemon, who testified on the stand, she knew that his father was going to be en route to pick up the bags, which is common practice for law enforcement officers, as several of them said, for family members to pick up property. She knew the fact that she didn't share that with her superiors is just shoddy police work, in my opinion. They were safely separated, so there's no issue of them being able to get in the bags, which is what the officers, I believe, want us to think is there could have been a weapon in the bag, Judge. I think the law warrants suppression here and that my motion be granted. And I just want to run very quickly through some of the things that came out in testimony today. Officer Skidmore actually noted that it was near impossible for anyone to tamper with those bags. He said the scene was completely locked down, so that supports my argument that the exigent circumstances exception does not apply here, Judge.
I don't think it does either. I haven't heard Ms. Nix argue that, but in case you think I might find that as a fallback, I don't. It wouldn't be search incident to arrest, which I think Huff addressed. It's clearly not exigent circumstances because, as you pointed out, there's no tick, 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 tick in one of the bags. And Mr. Tazara is off the scene and no one has said, a dump truck is coming down this hallway soon and we'll scoop everything up. That there wasn't that type of pressure. I agree.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
And I'm glad you said that because just to summarize quickly, even if a gun had been in the bag, that was not a part of the investigation. he's allowed to have a gun. So the last officer even said we would have inventoried it and put it into property if that's what we found. But I liken this case to how police officers often take cell phones left on scene and then get a search warrant later. So even if they suspected, hey, there might be something in there, they all knew how to get a search warrant. This was an invasion, judge, and we just ask that you grant our motion.
All right. I will take this under advisement. I'll try to get an order out soon because I know Mr. Tazara was heading towards trial, and then we had the motion pop up. So I will do that. But I think it's not like next week. It's not on this trial calendar. So we've got time for me to get the order out, and then you all will figure out where to go from there. Do you have anything else, Ms. Nix, in connection with the Tazara case?
No, sir. I only showed the video on the screen because I failed to put it on a disc. Would you like me to bring you a disc with it?
I would, because I need to get that to Ms. Rivers so that when she creates the record of this, State's Exhibit 1 is part of that. So if you could get a DVD or whatever it is, whatever format, please do that.
Yes, I will do that.
All right. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of your client?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Tazara, I hope you feel better after last night's fall. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I know we've hit the lunch hour, but we've got a couple things I'd like to try to knock out. I believe Mr. Nelson is on the call, and I know Ms. Rockwell is still on. She's earned several CLE hours now. So if you guys could appear, and I think we need you, Ms. Nix, for this. This is the please terminate my probation. Let's see who we've got. There is Ms. Rockwell. Let's spotlight her, and Mr. Nelson, add to the spotlight. There he is. Okay. Let me grab that motion. Give me 1 second. Lots of paper here. Okay, so let's get on the record in 19 SC 172813, State versus Nelson. Mr. Nelson is on the call. Can you hear us, sir? I need you to try to work with the volume. I couldn't hear you. You look kind of passed out there.
Judge, he's not feeling very well.
No, and I don't mind him. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mind him being on his eye. I just need to be able to hear him. Can you hear us, Mr. Nelson? Okay, well, he can hear us. We're not hearing you. If you're going to need to testify, you're going to need to fix that. But otherwise, as long as you can hear us, we're going to have our conversation. So let me get your case up here. All right, so in July of 2020, you pled to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, got 10 years to serve 5 years on probation with the remaining 5 suspended. So you've been on probation for a little while, and the question is, can we terminate it? I think that's the right setting. Tell me, Ms. Rockwell, what's the basis for the motion and why you think I should do it?
Very quickly, Judge, because of the hour. He's 50 years old, born in Atlanta, went to Archer High, graduated in 1994, was an employee of Fulton County. He's now disabled because of his extreme battle with diabetes. He's already had to have part of his foot amputated. Now his kidneys are failing. He is waiting for a kidney. He does have, he's also waiting for his disability, Judge. He does have I think the ability to say that he was doing well enough, at least because I did conference with Dana Brown, Officer Dana Brown, and she told me, confirmed to me that she has already tried to put it in for termination. But, you know, sometimes it's better for a lawyer to bring it before Your Honor, as we're doing today. He is asking the court if the court feels like he's done long enough on probation. I would think that she wouldn't have asked for that, Judge, without him being a good candidate for a termination. He's been on for almost 4 years.
Okay, let me hear Ms. Tucson. Do you have anything in Scribe or any other probation system that would indicate if there have been any hiccups for Mr. Nelson while he's been on probation?
Good morning. I am looking at you mean like any type of revocations or anything on this case, right?
Anything at all that would say this is a bad idea. You know, he missed meetings, he didn't pay his supervision fees, he got arrested. I don't see any bookings at the Fulton County Jail since this case, but that doesn't mean there was trouble in Clayton County or something. So I'm just curious if anything hit DCS's radar.
No, there's no type of revocations, there's no type of warrants, there's no type of anything in his profile.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jackson, I have a similar question for you. If you have Mr. Nelson's criminal history, I'm curious if there are any cycles that are more recent than the one that led to the case for which he's on probation.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Nix, this seems like a case where this is not an unreasonable request, but you might have a different perspective on it. I do want to hear it.
Judge, this was originally a trafficking in marijuana that the state offered to plead down to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. The defendant was sentenced to 10 years to serve 5 on probation with the balance suspended. And at this time he served 4. But otherwise, the state does not have a position.
Okay. My thought is that termination is not unreasonable. I think that Mr. Nelson got a pretty good resolution. I thought originally it was 10 to serve 5, as in go to prison for 5 years, because it's a whole lot of marijuana to be charged with trafficking. I know the state reduced it, but his lawyer got him the good sentence that she always gets her clients. He's done fine on probation, and it's not like his sentence goes away. He will basically have 6 years suspended. And so if 2 years from now, Mr. Nelson does something that gets him sideways with the law, I think there'd still be ways to handle it. My proposal is this, but I would need the consent of Ms. Rockwell on behalf of Mr. Nelson. And that is that I do agree to terminate his probation, but that everyone agrees, I'm assuming the state won't mind, I would amend his final disposition to add a condition, because I've learned the hard way that it actually needs to be set forth in the final disposition, that it is a condition of his suspended sentence that he obey the law. That doesn't put any burden on him that's any different than anyone else on this call has, but it does mean that if 2 years from now, Mr. Nelson gets pulled over and he's got 500 pounds of marijuana in the car, not only does he have a new case, but the state could petition me to convert his suspended sentence into time to serve. But minus that magic language, I don't have the ability to do it. So I offer up termination in exchange for everyone consenting to amending the sentence to say the suspended portion of your sentence is one where you do have a requirement to obey the laws of Georgia. Ms. Rockwell, your thoughts about that?
That, Judge, that works. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, I know we can't see you right now. That's okay. I have seen you. Can we hear you now? Can you say something? How about this? I need you to text to Ms. Rockwell that you understand what we're doing and that you're okay with it, so she can confirm that.
Judge, okay, Judge.
Oh, all right. I heard you. You are okay with it. Then that's what we're gonna do. I'll work with my staff and with Ms. Tucson to terminate the probation, and I will amend the final disposition, your sentence, to say that while you have your suspended sentence, you don't have to pay anyone, you don't have to see anyone, you go about your business, and hopefully you get that new kidney, but you also have to stay out of trouble. Okay? Ms. Rockwell, anything else on behalf of Mr. Nelson?
Judge, that's all. And thank you for so much for the platform. Means we can get things done when we're on leave. So thank you so much, Judge.
You bet. If that means you're on leave, go back to being on leave. Ms. Nix, anything else on behalf of the state?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, you take care of yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
And Judge, just to
Yes?
confirm for Officer Yancey, who is the officer on this case, you stated you're going to make an amended final disposition. Will it include some sort of a termination order as well that I need to look for? Or
Nope. The only thing changing on the final disposition is it's adding the condition that while on a suspended sentence, you have to obey the law. So we'll need a separate term, whatever. Forget about that I'm doing that. That's not going to affect DCS. I need whatever I would normally get from DCS that says Nelson terminated from probation.
okay, I got you. And that's usually the termination orders that get approved by the district attorney.
Okay, well, we heard what Ms. Nix had to say. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no, and she left it to my discretion. So if you'll send that my way, I'll take care of it.
No problem. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. See ya.
Thank you, Judge. And thank you, Ms. Nix. We appreciate that also. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hiles, it is almost 12:30. Do you want to have Mr. Pritchett come out here to tell us what he's going to do? But if it's a plea, we're doing it after lunch, or do you want him to sit tight and we just break the seal at 1:30?
Let's break the seal now and see what he has to say. And,
Okay.
I gotta be back at 1:30.
Right. Well, and he's not coming up till Mr. Pritchett goes down. Yeah. And then I think we still have Mr. Bush. Okay. And we'll do that, but that may be at 1:30, unfortunately. Okay. If we could bring Mr. Pritchett out, please. He's going to go to the podium. Getting in position.
Trials, the average.
Maybe a dozen. Excuse me. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, sorry to keep you waiting. I had a suppression motion in another case. But I needed to know what you wanted to do based on what we talked about yesterday, not the representation piece, but you explained to me after you had a chance to speak with your mother and your sister and some with Mr. Hiles that you were thinking about that offer of 20 years to serve that would run concurrently with, at the same time with the revocation you received in your other case, but you wanted some time. I understand that. It's a big number. I need to know which direction you're heading because either you and I and Mr. Hiles are getting ready for trial, or in a little bit, we'll take that plea. I'm at your pleasure.
Is this on record?
I don't know that we're taking it down right now, because if you say you're not going to take a plea, there was nothing to take down. But if you are going to take a plea, then I promise that'll be on the record. That just won't be right away. That'll be in a little bit.
I just don't know how I can possibly make a determination on that offer to contract when the prosecutor has admitted that there are no facts or evidence to prove the Constitution and codes with the charges are based upon applied to me.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no thank you to the offer, which, as I understand it, expires if you go through that door without having said, yes, I want to take it. So I comprehend the words you said, but I don't comprehend those to mean, yes, I want to resolve the case that way. And unless I hear words to that effect, yes, I want to resolve the case that way, then the way I'm comprehending the whole thing about the Constitution and jurisdiction is, let's get a jury on Monday morning, which we are finally ready to do. You've waited way too long for that. So we're going to get you your jury. Anything else?
I do have a couple judicial questions, because I do not understand the nature and the cause of the proceedings fully, nor the charges and their applicability. And so I need some better comprehension so we can get this matter resolved properly.
Okay, well, give me an example of one of your questions. It doesn't have to do with jurisdiction. You said something about the charges. What?
I mean, well, jurisdiction is an element of the charges. The applicability of the charges are an element of the charges. So that's definitely one of the questions, and that I need, comprehension on.
Yeah, so I can't build comprehension for you. I have now on several occasions explained how personal jurisdiction works. You don't like that explanation, but it is how it really works in Georgia. So I don't want to go around that one again. I thought maybe your question was, hey, they want me to plead to armed robbery, and I wasn't quite sure what the elements of armed robbery were, or which armed robbery. There were several people at this place, but that doesn't seem to be where you're going with this. And more importantly, this really isn't the time for you to be getting legal advice. You've decided to represent yourself, and you're going to navigate that. This was the time, as you knew, because we talked about it yesterday, to let me know I'm going to enter a plea. And during that plea discussion, you'd be free to get on the record. I don't like it. I don't think you have jurisdiction, but I'm going to waive that because I'd rather take this known thing, 20 years to serve, versus the unknown of, if a jury finds me guilty, you've already heard what the state's they're going to recommend life. That doesn't mean that's what I'll do. They don't control me. But it's a different landscape if you go to trial. But we covered that, and I believe you understand the landscape. And you just need to tell me in which direction you want to go, because that's your decision. It's not anyone else's.
I don't understand the landscape. Still, you admitted that you would not proceed against me if you didn't believe that the state had personal jurisdiction. You also admitted that the state were the ones claiming personal jurisdiction over me. And so, being that the state has admitted that they have no facts or evidence proving that the Constitution and the codes and rules of their state do not apply to me or do apply to me, how do they have personal jurisdiction if their Constitution and codes and rules don't apply?
Okay. That's going to be one, I guess, you struggle with for the next many years. But we've addressed that. We can address it on the record again Monday before we pick the jury. My guess is we'll have to address it several times during the course of the trial. But I'll reiterate one last time. You can tell me now, I am interested in pursuing the plea and I want to do that. Or you can say something different about jurisdiction, about lunch, about the Atlanta Hawks losing to the Bulls. But if it's any of those things, you're going that way, I will see you Monday. Your mom's already said she's going to get close to Deputy Gordon, and we'll be off and running. And we'll have a good week together. So what's it going to be?
So you're just going to avoid me trying to comprehend the nature and cause of the proceedings against you?
No, I believe you do. I disagree with you, and I find that you do understand the nature of the cause being brought against you.
I don't understand the nature of the cause or the applicability of the charges and of the proceedings themselves. do not
I hear those
understand.
words and I don't believe them, and that's my call to make. So, Deputy Gordon, I think Mr. Pritchett is done. So my proposal is that we reconvene at about 1:30. And Ms. Mignot was already here. She went to go do something else. She said she was gonna, I think she said she'd be back at 1. I can't remember if it was 1 or 1:30. But what we'll do during the break is swap them out. And then Mr. Bush. So we should just have, I think, 2 people left, Mr. Bush and Mr. Robinson. Ms. Mignot wants to talk to Mr. Robinson anyway, so she could be talking to him while we take care of Mr. Bush's situation. Quick preview, did we develop anything more about, he had new charges out of
Clayton County. It was Clayton
we had
County.
the old Clayton thing about the gun and the Uber driver and this and that, but then we learned remarkably that he had an arrest this year for drugs in, I'm blanking on the name of the city, but it was a Cobb County arrest. And so the goal for mostly Ms. Feely was to learn more about those 2 situations to see if I'd be then comfortable. And you don't need to tell me now. I just want to know if there's more info, because if all we're going to do is still be looking at each other saying like, the Clayton case is ridiculous. Wait, there were 2 Clayton cases. And then newsflash, there was an arrest, don't know that there are charges flowing from it yet, for something not insubstantial out of Cobb County.
So I thought, I did not get a response from anyone I contacted in Clayton County about that.
Okay.
But it does seem like it was just charged as possession by a first offender and then changed to convicted felon or vice versa. But the Cobb County thing, my understanding is he pled to misdemeanor marijuana.
Oh, that he's resolved the Cobb County thing already.
Conviction, but it's a misdemeanor and not a felony.
Okay.
So I don't know.
That was a quick turn because the arrest was earlier this year.
So I think he got 45 days to serve and close it out.
Okay. All right. So that's a case closed, but still something that happened. And in my recollection was that's not on the petition. The petition is this old thing, but we didn't want to ignore the new thing because that's going to come swooping back. Okay. Well, you guys talk about it. And let's reconvene 1:30. And he's going to trial. I don't know if Mr. Robinson can see his way clear of getting out of the way of that train wreck, but that's a Mignot project.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm just glad that.
Yeah.
That's takes more pressure off anything.
Yeah.
So, I do have a scheduling thing. It's kind of private I'd like to speak with you about.
Sure.
Back here.
Yeah, no, we don't need to do it right here. But you'll be back around 1:30. Ms. Mignot can talk to her client. We'll figure out what's happened with that. And then you and she will either be getting ready for trial or we can take the plea this afternoon.
Okay.
All right, great.
So did you want to speak later? It's real quick about scheduling.
No, we can talk in just a second. Let me take care of folks here. Ms. Jackson and Ms. Tucson, if you don't mind getting back on around 1:30, and we'll see what's happening with Mr. Robinson. If it's going to be a plea, I'll need you both. The Bush situation, I already heard from, it may have been Ms. Jackson's colleague, I think, Ms. Roberts, when we did it, but I won't need pretrial services for Mr. Bush. It would just be if we're taking a plea with Robinson. Okay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thanks, folks. See you in a little bit.
I'll see you at 1:30.
Order, if I have to.
Sure, let me just get the microphone back on. Excuse me. Let's just get the lay of the land, though. Mr. Bush is here, and we're able to do that. I don't see Ms. Mignot. Is she back with her client? Excellent. That was a good use of this time. You don't have an update from her. She's just exploring things with her client.
Well, I think I got what.
Okay, well, we'll see what's going on. Hi. We're good. They can keep going.
For a moment, Mr. Judge.
Okay, that's all good. Yes, sir. Why don't you bring on up what you got?
Workout.
Do we need this or?
This is for me to meet me and her attorney to sit down and meet with her tomorrow.
Oh, a production order to get her here.
So maybe.
Oh, to APD. I guess I should read it instead of the, okay. Got it. All right, you, APD, Land Police Headquarters. Okay.
For some reason, the transport also might just be moving under order just to allow us to bring electronics into these.
But the facility is Atlanta Police Headquarters, or this would be a different meeting with her, not,
Well, if they don't.
oh, if they don't transport her, that's fine. I do that for defense attorneys all the time.
Yeah, so it will be with him and I.
Okay. Should we try to can we have Mr. Bush out here while she continues to talk with Robinson, or that's not gonna work?
You know,
No, it's okay. You just need to, I'm not blaming you for anything. If that's not gonna work, then we can just wait 3 minutes.
I wasn't with.
I got you. I got the clues.
I think Mr. Pritchett's parents arrived. They said they had a flat tire and they wanted to speak with you. But
Okay.
I told him he was already transported back to the jail. So
Is that accurate? Okay.
see him out
They're coming in.
I put a smear midnight apartment, but I think the time of the longer
Hello, Ms. Mignot.
Yes, Your Honor.
How are you?
I will, thank you.
So if you need a little more time either to talk with Mr. Hiles or your client, I've got one other matter. There's another gentleman back there, Mr. Bush. We could handle his probation situation. If you've got a definitive update, I don't mean to keep you. I know you've been in Fulton for a while today. I don't mean to keep you any longer, but if you need more time, I'd love to take care of Mr. Bush's case.
I don't need more time, Your Honor, and I don't know if the state wants to put their offer on the record or.
We should. I mean, we'll do all that again Monday morning because people think long and hard over the weekend. And especially when I say, great, bring down the 60 jurors, people say, I didn't really ever think it would get here. I could delay things by saying, I don't comprehend your words, or whatever the approach is that someone might take. But the reality is on Monday, we're picking a jury for both defendants. So if you think it would be helpful, our court reporter is online and we could get on the record with Mr. Robinson, the order and any deadline that exists with it, so that the offer and any deadline that exists with it, so that he can, in front of you, this is important for you as well as his representative, as his lawyer, for this to be heard, and he should say it out loud. Is that what you'd like to do?
We can do it Monday then, Judge, since we're gonna be doing it Monday anyway.
Well, as long as that offer is staying open, I don't speak for the state. So if the offer was good through today, we ought to make a quick record of that. If it's something that Mr. Hiles is willing to keep open until Monday, it's great. But if he comes in on Monday and says, because over the
Hello? Okay.
All right, Ms. Rivers, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, our Zoom session ended at 2, and it's after 2, so it cut everything out. But I've added the podium. We're not going to have any witness testimony, so I think I can just leave the podium. And well, why don't I add the defense table so you'll be able to see Ms. Feely and her client in case they're talking. That was awfully nice, Miss Feely.
Easy to do while I'm sitting here.
Did you let her know?
Yes, I told her
Okay.
before she walked back there.
All right. All right, let's add that and that. Okay, we've got both sides. Let's get on the record, assuming yep, Ms. Rivers is still with us in Mr. Bush's case, and I need to nope, that's not it. All right, so this is 19 SC 171153 and 20 SC 174805. Both cases are Ja'Cory Bush. He is on probation in both those, and the allegation in both warrants is the same, and it's that in May of last year, Mr. Bush committed the new offense of receipt, possession, or transport of a firearm by a convicted felon or first offender in Clayton County. We had part of a probation revocation hearing last week, during which time Ms. Feely shared her understanding of the nature of the case out of Clayton. We learned that I think it has been indicted and may even be on an upcoming trial calendar in Clayton. But Ms. Feely had reason to believe that it wasn't a particularly profound case for Clayton. Ms. Nix's understandable pushback was he's been indicted and always prove it's a great case, but it's still going. In fact, it may be hitting a trial calendar, which suggests it is something with more legs than it sounded like from Ms. Feely's description of it, that it was in the front seat of an Uber and it's the driver's gun and he just was afraid to claim it and Mr. Bush was in the backseat. Further complicating things for Mr. Bush, at the last hearing, we learned from someone from pretrial services that Mr. Bush has a whole nother criminal cycle in that he was arrested this year for drugs in Cobb County. That was a surprise to me. It was a surprise to Ms. Feely. Ms. Feely has done a little homework and we'll get it on the record, but she thinks she knows what has happened with that yes, in fact, he was arrested for drugs and maybe has resolved that case in Cobb County. It's significant for two reasons. One, it's yet another criminal interaction while on probation, but two, it wasn't on either warrant. So it wasn't something necessarily that I should consider in figuring out what we ought to do with Mr. Bush's probation. But I flagged it because if we don't consider it now, it could come back with two more warrants, one in each of his two cases, for us to wade through, and that could lead to Mr. Bush being arrested again and waiting to come to court. And so the thinking was, let's wrap it in, assuming Ms. Feely was comfortable doing that with short notice and not necessarily having been able to research it all. Give me 1 second. Having some great technical difficulties today. Oh, well. All right, we're gonna keep going. Ms. Feely, with that, tell me if you want to go forward on behalf of Mr. Bush solely on the Clayton situation, or you're going to waive the due process notice rights he's have and have whatever revocation paperwork I fill out include with specificity. This also addresses anything flowing from the, whatever the date was, arrest. I think it was February, but hopefully we at least got that date so we can anchor it in Ostel and any resulting.
We prefer to wrap it all up
Okay.
together, and I don't have that actual arrest date, but
We'll get it from, we have Ms. Jackson on and she can get us that. But so you'd like to go forward with both. All right. Then why don't you make a record of what you think should happen in Mr. Bush's case? And I'm remembering some of what you shared with me before, that he actually had gotten out and got a job and has a family. I can't remember if there's a brand new kid in the family, but he was situated. And then there was this situation in Clayton. Standing alone, it was, that doesn't sound like such a big deal, but of course now we've got two pieces to it. But I'd like to hear your assessment, and then we'll get Ms. Jackson and Ms. Tucson to refresh everyone's recollection about the criminal history and time remaining, and then I'll hear from Ms. Nix.
So as the court may remember, Mr. Bush was able to secure employment before he was released from the custody.
Let me make sure Ms. Rivers can hear you, because I didn't add. Oh, I added, you're in, so you're good. It will be Ms. Nix. I don't know if that microphone is going to be funneling through, but I'm going to add you while you keep talking.
Okay. Was able to secure employment before his release on the custody portion of these two sentences at Elite Moving Solutions, and he believes he would be able to return there. But he was able to get back on his feet and get an apartment and a car and a fiance. He does not have any children at this point, but he was doing well other than these two blips, and he's just at this point trying to get home. We talked about the possession of a firearm case in Clayton County and the merits or lack thereof there. But the Cobb County case was, my understanding, speeding was the initial basis for the traffic stop, and then marijuana. Mr. Bush's recollection is that he has already entered a plea to misdemeanor marijuana, but again, I don't have his GCIC to confirm that, but it was his understanding that he got 45 days to serve and close the case essentially. So he's, to my knowledge, not on probation in Cobb County. So it's our request that, given, even though he's not been perfect, he's not hurting anybody, the firearm he contends he did not know was there or intent to possess. And so he's been in now for 31 days. And so we're asking the court to consider the time that he served and reinstate him to probation and leave him to the tender mercies of Cobb County on that case.
Of Clayton County? Or because
Clayton
Cobb,
County.
it sounds like they've done whatever they were going to do.
Right.
If Mr. Bush's recollection is accurate, or what he's sharing with you is accurate, it would be, what's Clayton going to do with the gun case?
Right.
Okay. All right, I got that. Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. Are you able to hear us through our technical woes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fantastic. I think it was Ms. Roberts who was in when we were handling Mr. Bush's situation, but we had all been surprised to hear there was a whole nother cycle after this Clayton situation. Can you just remind us, number one, how many cycles overall Mr. Bush has, and then his last 2 cycles?
He has a total of 18 cycles. The last arrest was February the 7th, 2024 in Austell, Georgia, for possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute. And let me just scroll. See the GC. Now, GC prior to that, he was arrested May the 28th, 2023 in Forest Park, Georgia, for receipt, possession, or transport of a firearm by a convicted felon. There's no disposition for either one of those cycles, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. That puts us back where we were. Ms. Tucson, how much time remains on Mr. Bush's 2 cases?
Mr. Bush. Okay, 19 SC 171153. He has 3 years, 9 months, 19 days remaining.
All right.
And on 20 SC 174805. Oh, it's the same.
Same, got it. I think they were sentenced on the same day, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
Great.
they're the same. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much. Ms. Nix, Mr. Bush wants basically a month revocation in connection with these 2 things. Get home to wife or fiance, significant other, job, etc. What is the state's perspective on Mr. Bush?
So I'll kind of take this whole thing chronologically as I understand it. So the 19 SC case was originally charged as attempted murder. We pled it down to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and criminal attempt to commit robbery. While he committed those offenses, he was on first offender probation for aggravated assault. Also in 2019, he pled guilty to possessing a firearm while on first offender probation. He then was arrested for a new obstruction of law enforcement, and the balance of his probation in the firearm case was fully revoked. I have 3 new arrests, 2 in Clayton County, both for possession of a firearm by a felon or first offender. The one in 2022 was an all-prost by Clayton County in October of 2023. We've also got the still pending possession of a firearm by a convicted felon 2023 case, which is set for trial on Monday. It also has 2 other trial dates, the 29th and then June 17th.
Were you able to connect with anyone in Clayton County?
No,
give you a sense of this is our strongest case ever or our weakest, or no, it's not the Uber guys. You know, the police report's wrong. It was found in the backseat, or Mr. Bush claimed the gun, or you don't have any info beyond what Ms. Feely has shared with us.
No, sir. The only person I know up there is on vacation, and so I've not been able to reach her.
Sorry.
But as you said earlier, and I said the last time, I wouldn't expect a case that weak, as the defense describes it, to be set for trial in just a couple of days and still be pending. Then we've got the arrest in Cobb. The records that I've been able to find online from Cobb County show that that is still pending. But if he was charged with speeding and possession of marijuana over an ounce. That appears to have last been updated March 13th. So if the defendant said that he has pled to those charges or to charges in that indictment since then I think that only makes my case stronger that he is continuing to commit crimes while on probation. He has shown through the course of his criminal history that he is going to continue to commit crimes while on probation and does not appear to respect that probation is a privilege that we give people to allow them to not have to serve time in prison, and that there are rules that they have to comply with. And I think he's shown by his behavior to this court that he's not going to comply with those rules. So I would ask for a full revocation.
Meaning 3 years, 9 months, and 19 days.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking up a couple things in Odyssey. All right, Mr. Bush, I'd like to ask Mr. Bush a couple questions about the Cobb situation, just to see what he remembers. You all right with that? Okay, she may cut you off at some point, and that's okay. Tell me what you remember happening in Cobb. I don't mean the facts, like I was driving 80 in the 60 zone, but you got stopped and arrested? Like you went into custody, or they issued you a ticket?
They brought me into custody because they said I had a probation violation, and due to the traffic stop, they ran my name and said I had a probation violation. They took me into custody.
Okay, and did you go to Cobb County Jail, or did they take you down to Fulton County Jail?
I went to Cobb County Jail.
Okay, and then did you go to court in Cobb, or did then Fulton County just come get you from the Cobb County Jail?
I went to court in Cobb. Then after I was done there, I came straight to Fulton.
Okay, and when you say done there, what was it that happened in Cobb that made you think you were done with your Cobb situation?
In my Cobb situation, they gave me time served for the traffic stop and the possession of marijuana.
Okay, so your recollection is they closed that one out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so was that a plea, or did you have a trial?
I pleaded to the misdemeanor charge.
Okay, misdemeanor marijuana and whatever the driving offense was, stop sign, speed, I guess it was speeding.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you believe that, how, did they put you on probation, or it was a misdemeanor sentence of time served?
Misdemeanor sentence for time served.
Okay, so as far as you understand it, your Cobb case is done.
Yes, sir.
But instead of being released because it was time served, you were released to the hold from here and you came here.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the 31 days, Ms. Feely, is that how long Mr. Bush has been here? Or he's actually been in custody since February 7th, which means he's been in custody for 2 months and some days.
He's been in our custody for 31 days, but prior to that, he was in Cobb.
Okay, got it. All right. Anything you want to add, Ms. Feely, before we sort this out?
Well, given that he was taken into custody, it sounds like on the probation warrant to start with, and then I'm sure search incident to that arrest led to the marijuana. We would ask the court to consider that he has done 72 days essentially on our warrant and the misdemeanor. I'm also concerned about him missing court on Monday, and then he gets a bench warrant and failure to appear and has even more cycles over the Clayton County thing, because I know how impressive the cycles can be, even when a lot of times they're more than one cycle related to one incident.
And you missed court, not because you meant to, but because you were in Fulton County Jail and couldn't be in Clayton County.
Right, which isn't a great look either, but it is not as it appears on a GCI.
No, and it's a valid excuse for missing court. Okay, that is a collateral impact of being in custody on Monday. Well, Mr. Bush, I do find that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation in a couple ways. There was the arrest in Clayton County that resulted in an indictment. And all you stipulated to is that, yes, you were arrested for that. And I appreciate that there's disagreement and we don't have a good answer to that about whether it's actually a pretty good case or it's not a great case. The fact that it made it to a trial calendar doesn't always mean it's a great case. I take lots of pleas to cases on trial calendars that are charged with, oh my gosh, he tried to take over the world, and it's pled down to a misdemeanor. So on paper, it may look good until everyone looks deeper into the case file. But it was enough that it got indicted, and it sits down there in Clayton. If that was all you had, and we didn't have the history with which I'm fairly familiar, then we might be talking about a let's get you out quickly. But I can't ignore what you're also admitting to, which is the Cobb County Austell situation, which it's not a huge deal. Shouldn't be speeding, but people speed. Shouldn't have illegal drugs with you. Marijuana remains illegal in Georgia, and you know that. But given where you claim you're trying to go, which is to be different from the Corey Bush who already had these different convictions and was on first offender probation when he got mixed up with Quentin, whatever his name was, in the shooting case, and then you picked up a different case with drugs. You're not making anyone feel real confident that it's a new Mr. Bush as opposed to an extension of the old one. And that's not to say that your history is going to follow you around everywhere you go, but your history is never going to be ignored. And you haven't built a lot of space between, yeah, I messed up in this era of my life, but I'm doing better now. Better isn't I get popped for a gun in Clayton and it's still not resolved. And then, yeah, I had marijuana and I was speeding in Cobb. None of those is the most serious thing ever, although you being around guns is particularly problematic. And I'll tell you, I probably would have gone lockstep with Ms. Feely if the case in Cobb involved a gun. It didn't, which is good for you. But it involved you once again, not being willing to play by the rules that everyone else plays by. And you should have all the incentives to do that. I'm not lecturing. I appreciate that you face a different set of life choices right now than other people. And you probably are trying to do things differently than the Mr. Bush who got in here on the attempted murder case and the drug case, et cetera. I don't mean to suggest you just flip a switch and it's easy to do. But you haven't done enough to convince me that there ought to be zero impact for you for the Clayton situation and the Cobb situation. So what I'm going to do is revoke 1 year of your probation. I will reinstate the balance. I will make sure that the order that I enter covers the Cobb situation so that you aren't going to get dragged back in front of me for the attempted murder case, aggravated assault case, or the drug case because you cleared up the Cobb situation and we're factoring that in here. I don't know that you'll make it to court on Monday in Clayton County. I am happy to get in the mix there so that there's not a bench warrant taken out in a new cycle. I don't know what court that is, what judge that is, but I am more than happy to have my staff reach out to that judge to say, unless you all do a production order from Fulton County, Mr. Bush isn't going to be able to walk into your courtroom. I agree with you, Ms. Feely. We don't need to pad the cycles, and this is one that's avoidable. So if either of you know in what division that is in Clayton, I'll have someone on my team reach out. Ms. Tucson, do you need anything else to prepare that revocation order?
No, one stipulated to the COB charges and violation of his probation, revoke 1 year, reinstate the balance.
Right, but the COB charges, we should say, flowing from, I just want it to be clear, so just in case Mr. Bush has some real old Cobb case on his criminal history, it would be the charges in Cobb County arising from, you can use whatever words you want, the February 7th, 2024 arrest, because that anchors it to the specific situation that Mr. Bush has resolved.
Correct. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Great.
I'll make sure that that, and then was there a date we put on there for him being in custody?
Yeah, he gets credit from February 7th of 2024.
Okay, 2024. Okay.
I guess I should add, how long were you in custody in Clayton County with the gun situation? Was that a long time, or did you get a bond pretty quickly?
I got it, Brian.
Okay, all right. So February 7th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. I got it.
Thank you.
And put this for both orders, right?
Yes, ma'am. 19 SC and 20 SC.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
And Judge, the judge assigned, according to the internet, is Judge Carter over in Clayton County.
All right. I know who that is. We will reach out. Is there a case number?
Yes. 2023 CR 02203, and then there's a space 09.
2023 CR 02203-09.
It's not a dash, it's just a space.
A space. Okay. Well, there's probably only one that ends in 2203 that relates to Mr. Bush. I bet they'll be able to find it, but we'll figure it out. Thank you. That's it. All right. Tell me what we're going to do with Mr. Robinson. Do we bring him out, or?
I don't think we need to.
Okay. You've relayed to Ms. Mignot enough information that you're comfortable, Ms. Mignot, that come Monday morning, whatever form the state's offer takes, it's sufficiently close to what you and Mr. Robinson have been discussing that he's not going to express disbelief that the ground has shifted beneath him.
Yes, sir, I am comfortable.
Okay, great. And I think I got a proposed order for the laptop, getting equipment in, but we'll talk in a minute. And we can work through the security concerns you've got. Okay? Should we do that now, or?
Yeah, that's the last thing. I don't know if, I think Mr. Pritchett's family wanted to address you. I don't know if they have trust that yet. That's the last business I've got for today is with Ms. Minot and the safety concern.
Got it. All right. Well, I'll let Ms. Nix get on out of here, and Ms. Feely, thank you for coming. You guys have, I guess I'll see some of you tomorrow.
Yes, so I actually will be a little bit late. I'll send an email, but I have to get x-rays, and the earliest appointment I could get was 8:30.
Did you re-injure it, or?
No, it's just, it is broken, and so they just monitor it.
Okay, but I mean, this is just like a regulatory x-ray. It's not that something worse has happened. It's just we're checking in and making sure there's good progress. Okay, all right, we'll see you guys then. I'm happy to do it, whatever, or why don't we go talk in the jury room for a quick second, and then if anyone from Mr. Pritchett's family has something quick we need to talk about, we can do that. And I can go get ready for trial. So Ms. Jackson and Ms. Tucson and Ms. Rivers, thank you so much for hanging in there. Thought we might get a plea or two, didn't come to pass, but I appreciate your patience and being around. And we needed you for sure, Ms. Tucson, because we had the revocation. Thank you guys all. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as